Hi, hi. Can you hear me? Good morrow. Hi, Phil. How you doing, bud? Okay, glove on, good to go. Everything's checked. The tavern successfully floods. My iCam doesn't randomly wander off the page. My camera's turned on. The check-in system works. It's all good to go. Good, myself? Yeah, no, I'm doing good. Doing good. As is proven. As is literally proven. Streamer said flood. Permission granted. Boom. Catcher with first, Billy with second, Squid with third. Closely followed by Noctua and Kals. Well done. Fast today. I know. Everybody's been practicing like crazy. Here I thought I'd escaped the grasp of water after I'd saved myself from a shower and then immediately flooded afterwards. Ekin frick. Tavern groans and the lights flicker as Igid, the malevolent, materializes. The shady figure brandishes a tome of milky long with ill intent. Oh my god. Quickly tabbed out for a battle in ZZZ to check in. And you still managed third. Hell yeah, well done. How are we doing today? How was our weekend? Thank you to everybody who joined me yesterday for the Hearthside. I had a very good time. For those who missed it, we were working on these, a couple of eyeball emotes. They're still in the works. I'll need to sit with them for a couple of hours and make them all nice and polished and stuff before I cut them out and send them into the ether. That was yesterday. It was. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed our chats. It was a good time. What did you join to? Staring into your soul. Emotes. New emotes in the works. We'll cut it down the middle, and it'll be eyeball 1 and eyeball 2. Really enjoyed it. Looking forward to the next one. Hell yeah. It was super chill. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I was there, Gandalf. I was there. I believe you. You're scared? Sorry, Zinda. Here, let me let me tab away. But yes, in terms of what we're going to be doing today, we more or less finished most of the keyframes, but as part of the process of making them, we had come to the conclusion on Wednesday last week that I probably should have an in-between frame in between this and this, because there's too much of a jump between planet and then immediately in the desert. So I think the plan for today is to try and put together an image about this far away, if you can see that, like a snapshot of the continent where you can see like a little bit of maybe how the weave is working off in the bottom corner, and then sort of more of an idea of what the landscape as a whole looks like. Likewise, some great banter. Yeah, no, it was a good time. It was a good time. No, it wasn't too raucous or anything like that. This is going to shock you, but I'm a bit of a quiet person, so I do enjoy just like quiet conversations. It was good. Gonna join last night. You didn't get time to. You were busy studying and grinding some games with friends. Completely fine. These are always optional things. It's always, hey, if you're free and you want to hang out, it's a thing that's on. You finished the main story of Crimson Desert yesterday. Ooh, and you got to say, it really shows it's an Asian game, as in like, it leans into like Journey to the West, or leans into with that you've got your Sun Wukong, I think, is like a main character, that kind of vibe. Animation time. Hi Kaita, how you doing? Welcome in. Had weird parallels to Persona 5. Oh. Interesting. Speaking of, actually, complete side tangent. Did we see that Persona 6 is officially announced to be in production? I'm quite excited. Love how I immediately assumed the best. You're too much of a pessimist. Is there a bad to assume? I just, I don't know. There have been quite a few, like Chinese games that have taken off recently with, it was Black Wukong a couple of years ago. Then there was the Infinity Blade something whatever game that was quite big because of like skin tight suits and stuff. That was quite popular a few years ago as well. Like I feel as though there's been an uptick in games from that side of the world. So assumptions. Yeah, Spyro, new Spyro game coming out. That's hella exciting. I'm actually super pumped for. Here's the thing. I was watching the Xbox showcase. Apologies if this isn't interesting, but I'll get through it and then we can have sort of the usual conversations. But I was watching the Xbox showcase and my brain switched off immediately because it was game after game after game after game of gritty, realistic graphics. It's John Shooter guy with a big gun and there's dirt. There's dirt on his face and he's really angry and he's being stealthy and he's shooting guys and big explosion. Just, so boring. But then they announced a couple of games towards the end that looked quite interesting. There was one that had like a Ghibli style to it, which was quite cool to see. Not my kind of speed because it was very like slice of life-y. I prefer a little bit more, I don't know, direction to my games. But there was another one, Magicians... Deal with the Devil, I think was the name of the game. It looked kind of good. Had a solid art direction, which was mind-bending. New Spyro game in the works, and it looks cool. Yeah, it has like what was the name of that Dragoon? There was that game on the Xbox heckin' ages ago where a lot of it was you flying around as a dragon. Had kind of that. Yay, Persona 6. Yeah. I should finish Persona 5 so I can play Persona 6. Edgy? Yeah. Well, no, here's the thing. I'm down to play edgy games. If the game is vampires in a Victorian street and there's blood and big streaky shadows and like ink motifs in the art style and like characters who have like big trench coats on and they like they talk like this. Blah, blah, blah. I'm down for a game like that. Hell yeah, hit me with it. I don't mind. I'm so sick of realism in my video games. Always, it's like this is the most realistic game you've ever seen. You can see the pores on the character's face. It's so realistic. Call of Duty Shooter Man. Exactly. No, thank you. There was actually Call of Duty Shooter Man. Modern Warfare 4 got announced. It's not interesting. I'm losing the viewers. They hate me for this. Yeah, inner monologue, correct, accurate. Around the same time, there were more indie games happening, which might have interested me more. Well, that's what I was going to say. Towards the end of the showcase, when they were talking, when they were showing off like indie studio productions, I was actually quite hooked. Hi Logic, welcome in. Hey, how you doing, bud? Did you have a good weekend? Panzer Dragoon. Saturn game originally? Right. I might have made it a little bit obvious, but I haven't played it myself, so I like the look of Fable. Wifey wants to play it. I'd be down to have a look at it. If it's on PC, maybe. Did I see Blood of Dawnwalker? Vampire game? Is there a vampire game on the Xbox showcase? I did skip a few. It might have been one of the ones that I'd skipped. Now that we're getting a Spyro 4, should get a Skylanders remake. Techno's Toys for Bob. Well, I mean, a few people had guessed that the Spyro game was going to be a Skylanders game, but no, Spyro. Edgy was the new word discovered by old execs in game industry, 2010s, etc. I feel like it was even before that. Like, it was the popularity of the original Gears of War, I feel like, really pushed it. As an OG Spyro fan, you super don't care about Skylanders? Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? You're gonna please one audience or the other. Love me some vampires. Yeah, I would love to play Vampire the Masquerade at some point. The tabletop game. I think it would be heckin' fun. I'd need to find the right group for it, but doing all right. Hope I'm doing well too. I have some interesting news on that front, actually. Never really seen a proper take on I Am Legend book, where main character, spoilers, okay. I prefer not for Fire and Legend, I think. Just because I do intend to read it at some point. That is one that I do intend to read. Sorry, that's very rude of me to say, but... No, you're completely fine. I'm off, how you doing? It's fun. Masquerade? Yeah, I've heard. But to answer Logic's question of how am I doing, I tried... was it Katya? Was it you who recommended me melatonin? This would have been like a couple of months ago. But I've recently picked up some melatonin. Was you? Yeah, okay. The memory's working somewhat then. I picked up some melatonin a few days ago, but I used it for the first time last night. It knocked me out completely. I took it at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and I usually fall asleep about 4. I don't want to fall asleep at 4. I want to fall asleep as close to 12 as I possibly can, so I took it at 1 o'clock. It knocked me out at 2, and then I went on to sleep through all of my alarms for 10 hours. So it works. I've deemed that it works. Now I've just got to figure out a way to like not do that. Like good but bad. So now time to tweak things a little bit. Got to check with the dosage. Yeah. Weird dreams? No dreams, I don't think. Wait, no, that's not true. I did have dreams. What did I dream about? Picture frames. I remember there being picture frames and needing to like pick picture frames, like choose picture. What the? Anyway, it's awesome. Don't wait, read it now. I'm binging through a series at the moment, Phil. I'm binging through Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm up to book 4 of 8. So once I binge through that, I'll give it a look. Great spin on it though. Yeah, okay. The Masquerade is fun, but it's really not safe for work. Well, I presume it depends on how you run it, right? Could play Mage, the Ascension, the wizard version of Vampires. Same world, by the way. Oh, Mage, the Ascension is in Vampire the Masquerade. Heck yeah. Your mum putting it off for a while and then finally used, and it was like, no way. Got to check with the dosage. Well, I only had like 2 milligrams. Apparently that's like as low as you go, or at least like as close to as low as you go. I think it's just because I don't know. I've had quite a bit of a sleep debt for a while. So I think it was my body just going, sleep. Boom. But not touch a real sleeping pill. I'd sleep like until the year 3000. I mean, what is it? Futurama that has the re-enters the cryosleep. It's easy to overdo it. Melatonin is useful if you take it early. That's the thing, right? Is I was told that there was about an hour to ramp up. So yeah, I'll consider taking it a little bit earlier next time. It's easy to overdo it. I'll see how I go, because like it's the first time I've used it, right? So if it's an issue over the next 2, 3, 4 times that I take it, then yeah, I'll consider finding a smaller dosage of it. The TTRPG doesn't have to be. Yeah, that was my thought. Is because it's a TTRPG, you kind of get to control the like the flavor of it. Had a horrid nightmare last night. Do not recommend. My nightmares are always weird. They're always like. Everyone's disappointed, or I get lost in a really weird liminal super complicated location. Those are the 2 nightmares that I get. Those are the 2 nightmares without fail. You had I think you saw you think you had some really sci-fi dreams last night? Alien-esque? Ooh. What makes you say alien, as in location or the things that you were interacting with? You used to take sleeping pills and then melatonin as a kid. One leaves you feeling empty the next day. The other doesn't make you feel sleepy, but it doesn't make you sleep longer. I'll see how I go with them. As I said, like I'll experiment. I won't experiment, but I'll take the normal dosage at the time that I want to be taking them to sleep for the amount of time that I want, and then we'll see where we go from there. Maybe it'll just be like an adjustment period to begin with. Now that you think about it, you haven't had a nightmare in a long while. Hey, good to hear. All right. continent. We need this shape. Like half a chicken nugget. Should be easy enough to do. It was recommended that I do it at a bit of an angle, like this kind of thing, where you're looking at it from like a 45-degree angle from above. But I don't think I'll do that, just because it'll break the continuity of seeing it from up front, then seeing it from up front, you know? Like it needs to be up front all the way down, almost like degrees of telescope. Like microscope zooms, like zit, zit, zit. The aesthetic was alien. You remember seeing a lab of some kind with a big sci-fi back-to-tank type thing? Oh, was it filled with knowledge? No. Oh, was it a nightmare, or was it just alien themed? No, you said sci-fi dream. You didn't say nightmare. Used to try lucid dreaming when you were in high school. Flying was the coolest thing, and then your sleep paralysis demon showed up, and you're like, "Okay, I'm done." I wouldn't be able to do sleep paralysis. I think if offered, hey, would you like sleep paralysis? I think I'd have to say no. I reckon. I'm okay, thank you. I appreciate the offer. Had so many dreams recently where you've been so frustrated with people or situations. It's never frustration on my part. I don't think I've ever had a frustration dream. All of the dreams that leave me with bad feelings are always the ones where it's like, Bahali, you were supposed to bring all the sandwiches. I'm sitting there going like, oh no, I didn't know. Nobody told me, but they were expecting the sandwiches this whole time. And then I wake up in a cold sweat, like, sandwiches. And oh my God, it happened again, the sandwiches. Pretty nightmarish at times from what you recall. But you were having a great time. That does not count as a nightmare. That's like saying like, no, don't kidnap me and take me to Disneyland. I'm allergic. I have the worst time. Just a little sleep paralysis. I wouldn't be able to do it. I have that thing where I'll see random shapes in my room at night, and my brain immediately goes overactive imagination. That's not the term for it, but my brain knits it all together into a really visceral image of, yep. That's a demon. That's a demon over there. I can see it. I can see the demon, the horns. Oh, wait, no, that's just a sack of books. So the thought of that happening, me trying to go, nah, that's not a demon. It's just a stack of books. Wait, no, it is actually a demon. I don't think I'd be able to deal with that reinforcement. You love sleep paralysis? It's one of the craziest things you can experience without drugs. Sure, I guess, but I'm not one to really seek. I don't know, I'm not a thrill seeker in that way, I guess. When you were little, your recurring nightmare was being on a space shuttle and flying into space. You wonder why you hate flying. Yeah, well, I suppose, I mean, I can understand. I've got a fear of the ocean, and I feel like it's a similar feeling to going to space, right? That feeling of isolation. Actually, a great example of a frustrating situation for you. But instead of being mortified, you're like, you didn't freaking tell me. How's this my problem? I think not psychiatry time with Mahali, but I think I'm quite quick to this is going to shock everyone. I think I'm quite quick to place the blame on myself. So if anyone in the dream scenario is like, Mahali, it was your job, my immediate thought is like, yeah, it was my job, wasn't it? It was. Oh God, what have I done? You're watching a horror movie. It's a great time. Pretty aware in your dreams, so you just roll with it. So you have like a degree of lucidity when you dream. Ever had the wireframe lucid dream? Wireframe lucid dream? What do you mean? When you were younger, you used to see this tall figure with one slightly glowing white eye in the corner of your room where your door was. Always kept your door partway open because your brain thought you were technically safer with the door open slightly than closed. Figure just used to watch you. He never did anything, just stood there until you fell asleep. Weird. Because that feels similar to sleep paralysis. Could you move if you wanted to while you were experiencing that? Horror-themed dreams, but not a nightmare. You love those dreams? They could be fun. Rip to me, but you're built different. Clearly. Used to get sleep paralysis more, but you don't think it's happened to you in the last decade or so. Just exhausted from being a parent. Didn't mind it much. Tried to induce it a few times. Really? The idea of intentionally trying to induce sleep paralysis, I think, kind of crazy. Like in a whoa, when I grow up, I want to be like you kind of way. Hi, homie. How you doing? Welcome in. How's your weekend? Like when you know you're asleep and also awake, you can see the geometry of your room in total wireframe. No, I've never experienced that. I think the closest to lucid I've been while dreaming has been like towards the end of dreams when I'm like, I've had enough. I'm waking up now. And then I wake up. I haven't been lucid up until that point. I've been very much so in the moment experiencing the dream. But then I'll be like, nah, I've had enough. some like break glass in case of emergency type response in my brain. Sent me an image for reference. I'll give it a look in a second. It's all fuzzy because you kind of forgot about it all. But you know, you used to just roll over and after that would fall asleep pretty quickly. Interesting. Yeah, it seems similar to what Fields is describing where you're in between sleep and awake. Seemed to work 1 or 2 times by lying really still and closing your eyes but not falling asleep. Interesting. I suppose if you're doing it on purpose, it's less terrifying, right? Because there's an anticipation of it. The scariest thing for me, I think, would be it occurring without me knowing that it's going to happen and then being trapped, you know? Could be your brain playing tricks on you before eventually fall asleep. And then again, you were young and pretty stupid. No. I think it sounds pretty similar to what Fields described. You're good? Weekend was good? No fires at work today was a plus? Hey, glad to hear it. No, that's a win. Absolute win in my book. Your partner has sleep paralysis. She sees things in the walls, figures at the end of the bed. Creepy. She's shouting out before screaming at the little people. Was weird, but scary for someone who doesn't experience that. Yeah, for sure. Because that's the thing, right? Is, I mean, even while these things are being described to me, there's only like a degree of understanding that I can have. I can try and be sympathetic to the concepts, but because I haven't experienced these things, I don't know. It like even where Fields is saying, "Oh, haven't you experienced this cool thing of being able to see everything in wireframe?" In my mind, that's kind of terrifying because I've got a pretty solid sense of what reality is, but perhaps naively. But yeah, the idea of it kind of deconstructing, I think, would be kind of creepy. Sleep paralysis is a door. Sounds dramatic, but inducing it consciously is a method to lucid dream. Interesting. Hi, Caleb. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. How's your weekend? Thank you for joining yesterday, by the way, bud. I hope you had a good time. Just weird how you still remember what he looks like and how he stood to this day. I mean, especially early on, those kind of weird experiences. I think, I mean, Inside Out developed this sort of core vernacular that we use, but it's a core memory, right? It's a core experience. Now to work on your one-shot mini campaign. Good luck. How much you got so far? Used to be very into this stuff. No, for me, not really. The closest that I've been into like dream experiences has been recording them afterwards, but never trying to induce anything in particular. Quite a few of my paintings have been from dream experiences. Like, quickly deep dive. Just a second. Just a second. This image I remember being induced by. This one was yep. Microsoft Photos, yep. This one was Dream. This one was kind of dream. The octopus figure was from Dream, but the scenario that it was taking place in was in a volcano, so like distinctly different, but like little seeds of it. Anything else off the top of the brain, off the top of the dome? This one was Dream, I think, as well. Just little bits and pieces. So dream experiences are cool. It's just I've never tried to force them in a particular direction, I guess. Every time you want to have a cool sleep experience and fall asleep faster, you just think of a sound until it's audible in your head to the point where it feels like eardrums are vibrating. Yeah, similar thing for me. One of the strategies that I've used in the past has been putting myself into like a simulated situation and sit there focusing on the details to try and make it as real as possible until it was something that I was viscerally feeling. Like one of my go-tos was pretend that my mattress was a raft in the ocean, and like smelling salt on the air, feeling a little bit of a wind over my back, feeling like the rocking of the waves, hearing them, feeling like the slight wetness of the wood and stuff. Like sit there piling up detail over detail over detail until it would feel real. And then by that time, all of that mental energy has kind of knocked me out. When your body goes to sleep before your mind does and you're truly paralyzed. Can't imagine you guys are talking about that though. It's so scary, but you have it's mental illness, so probably not a good candidate. Well, that's what they are describing with sleep paralysis, yeah. It's called the wild method, wake-induced lucid dreaming. Yeah, cool. I've heard of lucid dreaming using substances, but I haven't heard of just doing it through an approach. That sounds interesting. It was good. How about mine? Thanks for having you. Really cool place to chill. Yeah, no, I was complimenting everybody for being so well behaved. My weekend was good. First game, so starting with a one shot found online and then explaining to include the SATA cult from PCs. Yeah, cool. That's actually what I'd recommend, is if it is your first game, start with a one shot, especially if it's a pre-written. As close to a short session as you can possibly manage, because you're going to learn a ton. You're going to learn so much from your first experience with it. That it doesn't make sense to start with something that has quite a bit of continuity, because you'll want to change things almost immediately. One of your OCs was based off of a girl that you met in your dream once. Hey, there you go. So many good pieces that you never get to see often anymore. Well, I hide them away. I dig a hole and I bury them. That's why. I will get over it at some point. Closest thing to magic that you've ever found in reality. It's really cool. I'll try to stay consistent with my sleep to begin with, and then if I can manage that, I'll consider I'll consider messing with my sleep a little bit. But like, you were going insane the first time that you heard sound echo in your head while you're fully conscious, falling asleep, because you couldn't get anyone to tell you they've experienced it before. No, it's a thing. I do the same thing with, this will sound really sad, but it's true. Whenever I'm dieting, I'll hanker for like, oh, I haven't had chocolate in a little while. And as I'm going to the shops and doing my groceries or whatever, I'll walk past the chocolate aisle. I'll in my brain pick up a particular chocolate bar and I'll sit there like simulating like, oh, the texture would be like this and the taste would be like this and it would do that. And then I'm satisfied by just the thought of it, and then I go and get healthy food instead. One of your favorite things is having a dream and waking up, going back to sleep because you want to continue the dream and actually getting back into the same dream. Does that happen to anyone else? It's the best. I think that's happened a couple of times to me. Never where I've done it on purpose though. That sounds heckin' cool. One shot is only 1 to 2 hour game, so you're wanting to expand it a bit. Fair. See how long the hyperfixation lasts? Yeah, completely fair. Had a moment of inspiration and randomly wrote a note for the next sessions prep today. It's only small, but after feeling very prep brain dead lately, it felt like such a wall broken down. Really satisfying. Nice. Hi Diz, how you doing? How's your weekend? You've tried to go back to sleep to get back to the dream, but never does it go back. I've had it happen a couple of times. I think it's because I don't like fully wake up, so my brain just kind of pauses, then plays again, you know? But I've never gone from fully awake back to sleep and had a continuation. Enjoy your lurk, bud. Spectrum core? Is that a term? Buckle up. When your body starts entering paralysis while you're still awake, it will be very intense. Just remember that nothing you see can actually hurt you. Good luck, traveler. Well, here's the thing. I'll let you know if I attempt that sort of thing, but won't be for a little while. Spectrum maxing. It is now. Yeah. And confirm paralysis is more scary than interesting. That's... As somebody who, I don't know, I'm a little bit of a control freak, I'd imagine that would be the case for me as well. But hey, pushing your boundaries a little bit can help sometimes. Never get back to the same dream, only nightmares, and that's so rude. Oh, off to the shops, but still lurking. Enjoy your lurk. You've remembered a number of different dreams? Yeah, I try to take note of particularly interesting ones. No sound for a bit? All good, Phil. Enjoy what you gotta do. Developing a board game or a tabletop RPG setting? We're developing the stream setting, actually, because the Tavern sort of exists in a larger world. We've been slowly but surely kind of putting things together to build it up, make it a little bit more, I don't know, give it a bit more depth. Find it way more interesting than scary. Just lean into it hard. For sure. But you do have to admit, Digi, that you are more, what's the word? You have like a mental fortitude that other people might not necessarily have. Like I wouldn't tell the average person like, yeah, just push through the pain, you know? It's that kind of mentality, I feel, that can kind of push you through to experience something further. Water. But yes, to those who are joining us who are not aware of what I'm working on today, we started a few weeks ago making a storyboard for the opening cinematic that will happen at the start of every stream. So we'll have the starting soon countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, whatever it happens to be, and then a little opening cinematic will play, and then it goes into stream. The cinematic is a way of introducing what the Tavern is about, where we are, what we do, as a way to kind of onboard people with a bit of the lore without it being you are either there for when we first explored the lore or you weren't. So you either know or you don't. I don't like that feeling of exclusivity. So I want there to be ways of bringing people in beyond when we just initially introduce a concept, you know? Most of the dreams that you remember take place in a movie theater where the dream is the movie that you're watching. Hey, that's a pretty cool framing. Hi, Cersei. Welcome in. How'd you go? How was your weekend? Don't have to keep going on about it, but you want to share your first sleep paralysis was the sound of a creature scraping the pipes in your walls. Ooh, with the long, sharp fingernails as it inched closer to you. And you were like knuckling it the entire time. It freaked you out pretty bad for a good while. Yeah, I'd imagine so, especially for a first-time experience. That kind of like sleep paralysis would really, really, really mess with you. Your power went out for a split second. Welcome back. How are we doing? Yeah, good. Good. I'm getting used to streaming again. I've got a bit of that momentum formed. You're so tired of the corporate BS. You're a Schrodinger's manager. When you're observed, you need to take the management decision. But when you look at your bank account, you're no longer a manager. Yeah, right. Sorry, bud. Don't think you've ever been on one of my streams where I'm not developing my settings. So you do wonder what I normally stream. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I stream studies. So... like we did this study last week. We did scene where we did other studies the week before. So that's Tuesdays and Thursdays is when we take a concept and we try and build on it. Fridays we have community canvas where everybody can jump in and add to a canvas that's open. And then Saturdays we do video games. Art stuff? Yeah. Working. Weekend will be here soon. Excited since you got a new camera to dabble with. Nice. When's your usual weekend, Cersei? But yeah, even me working on world building stuff, this has been kind of a recent development. Usually on my Mondays and Wednesdays, it's been just like working on a big project, whatever it happens to be. Like, let's see, we did this painting last year. Like, this was my Mondays and Wednesdays. I just decided, you know what, we're going to do this big painting and then work on this big painting. It's only been the last couple of months that I've been working on world building stuff. Do I ever play retro or retro themed games? No, not as much. The closest to retro that I've played have been games that have alluded to retro, like Inscription, for example, has retro elements to it, but I wouldn't say it's a retro game. Let's work together. Sounds good, Chaos. You like the you like this Malevich's minimalism. Thank you. Yeah, no, I did. Where is it? It's around here somewhere. Frick! No, stop! No, he's off. I did enjoy like simplifying it down to just perspective. Just work on perspective. Everything else is ancillary. Just make sure that the perspective is good, and then you can do other stuff on top of it. Did somebody say retro games? Yeah, speak of the devil. Love world building stuff? Yeah, it's fun. It's a good time. Inscription, is that Adam's game? That's Inscription. No. Inscription is it's a like deck building strategy game, kind of. It's mostly a story game, but shh, that's a secret. Enjoy your leg, did you? Okay, so we've got the continent on the edge there. We can add a little bit of the core glow, I think, but we won't lean into it too much because the focus is going to be on here. The one with the talking cards in the cabin? Yeah. That's the one. It's one of my favorites. I thoroughly enjoy Inscription. That's the thing, I suppose, is with the most recent game showcases with both Sony and Microsoft, I'm looking for something like an Inscription. I know I'm not going to get it because it just doesn't have mainstream appeal inherently. But I'm looking for games like that, you know, that make me go, oh, you know? Oh, I'm looking for those kind of games. You're pretty new. Can you ask what my art education background is. Love how I paint and would love some advice for beginners. I don't have a formal education in art. I've always dabbled with it. I've taken little classes and stuff here and there, just like weekend classes where you can go to like an art thing, and they give you access to different materials. So like, oh, you can come and learn how to use charcoal, or you can come and learn what watercolor is, or whatever. Nothing formalized, nothing tertiary. I did take a year in graphic design, but I wouldn't say that that's like an art education. That helped with some of my fundamentals in terms of not how to paint. It didn't help me with the technical side of painting. It did help me with things like understanding the 7 core elements of art. So understanding line, form, shape, typology, space, contrast, color, that sort of thing. So sort of the bigger picture concepts, it helped a lot with that. Architecture helped like a little, no, not really. I used architecture as an excuse to work on art stuff. So yeah, overall, no, like I don't have a degree in fine arts, or I haven't gone to TAFE for studying art or anything like that. But if you want any tips, I can share what I know. I've built a bit of understanding over the years. I can share what I have. You see perspective too. Perspective died from nuclear war when you're reading news. Well, that's the perspective that I try not to focus on. I try and focus on the art perspective stuff. Marley made a deal with the goblin from the west. Don't let him fool you. It's true. His name was Gary, and he was lovely. Highly recommend. Oh, me. I'm the indie games man. Yes, Fields absolutely is the indie games man. If you're looking for... No, that's a good point. If you are looking for indie video game, watching somebody play a video game and having a good time, have a good time of it, I highly recommend giving Fields a follow. He works through his Steam library at quite the rapid rate, especially compared to me. And it's a good time. Highly recommend. My perspective saves the world 100%. Here's my thing. Here's what my perspective is. My perspective is that there are things that... How do we... in your day-to-day, you should care about big world problems. Absolutely. You absolutely should. But there's a degree of needing to balance that out with looking after yourself. And I tend to find what helps me stay sane is building on... Hi, Curiosity. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What I tend to find that helps me stay sane is skill developing in something that I care about. I care about art specifically because I've found that of all the things that I've pursued in my entire life, art is the thing that I feel like I've gotten the most meaning out of. Also, bedtime for you. Yeah. Go. If you've got to sleep, go sleep. Thanks for jumping in. Yeah. So, like, as I said, most of the time, focus on the stuff that's important. But you have to counterbalance that with stuff that, I don't know, gives you life. Because there's no point in caring about the important stuff and then becoming a husk, you know? So if the thing that I can, if the thing that I can bring to the table is give you a place that you can retreat to help you improve at the soul stuff, I will happily provide what little I can. Art and violence, not art and violence. art and important stuff. Sometimes they can be one and the same thing. The game that you're working on is quite retro. Spending quite a bit of time making a computer to monitor CRT shader. Those are always cool. Those are always really, really, really cool. Especially when you see them used in animation and stuff. I feel like it really elevates the aesthetic. It got big with Balatro, right? Balatro was the one that really pushed the CRT aesthetic into the mainstream consciousness. I've seen a few games that look like they managed to get the CRT working, but then they forgot to make the rest of the game. I don't anticipate that's what you're doing, but I'm keen for flavor. Okay, back to the water. Let's deepen the water a little bit. How you doing, Cowardly? How's your day been? Oh, Cowardly, good news, good news, good news. As of this week, my membership for climbing is active again because I needed to put it on pause while I was away. And it gives me like a set period of time that I can pause it for. But now it's active again, so I can go climbing this week. I'm so excited. You remember the first CRT shader you really loved was you have to win the game, which is not you have to be the guy? Oh, I haven't heard of it. How long ago did the game come out? Beautifully sad. You're so far underground and don't know how you still have service somehow. Here's the thing. If your response is like, hey, I'd love to care about the big stuff, but I have to focus first and foremost about just surviving, that is the most real, understandable, and fair thing you could possibly say. Feels like 10 years or so that it came out. Yeah, fair. It's been a gradual process for me. I very much so started out just caring about. This is going to sound so edgy. I used to just care about what the mainstream video game option was. Like back in the day, I used to play all the Assassin's Creed games. I used to play the Halo games. I tried Gears of War. I tried Mass Effect. I tried, blah, 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 whatever it happened to be. Slowly but surely, though, I'm less and less and less interested in your AAA game industry offerings. Just because the most fun I've had with games have been indie games. It's just true. I say that while thoroughly enjoying Pokemon at the moment. Give me a break. But things like Gris, I really enjoyed Gris. Gris was a really good time. Pretty short. Like I think it only took about 5 hours to finish, but beautiful watercolor graphics. Amazing visually. Dredge was another one. Really good. Hollow Knight, I've just recently played through. Really enjoyed that. Like all of my formative gaming experiences as of late have all been indie offerings. And that tends to be the trajectory that my interest is heading in, just in general. Because I got soul, because they have soul. You are correct. Like each time I see the next AAA whatever, it tends to just be extraction shooters is big at the moment, so it is an extraction shooter. Frick you, I don't care. I want something that, I don't know, shows me something new, interesting, is visually appealing. Where are the Shadow of the Colossuses of the AAA? Hello? you know? A few modern AAA games that you've enjoyed recently? Yeah. There are a few AAA games that I've bought recently. Even the biggest, trendiest games that I've gotten have all been indie games, like Subnautica, super trendy game. Indie game. This brown piece is a mountain or rock. It is a continent. It is that continent right there. Valheim is great. An indie game still. Do you think art, creating music are going to be key to surviving? So what I said was chef's kiss. Well, I tend to find that it's the thing that keeps me moving, you know? Australia, yeah, exactly. This is Australia. This is a real Australia. Been playing a ton of Subnautica 2 lately. Really enjoying it so far. Yeah, I've heard that it's really good. I won't play it for a while because I've literally just finished the first one. But no, really good to hear that the second one was really good because I really enjoyed the first one. Is Subnautica an indie game? Would describe it as AA. Don't actually see that a lot these days. When you say AA, you mean mid-budget game? Yeah, probably. You're probably not wrong. I mean, given that they... no, I'd still say indie, right? Because even if they had a producer behind them, I wouldn't say that they were an established studio or anything. Wasn't it their first game? AC/DC from Australia, I love them. Who else is from Australia? We've got Sharks. I think we're the ones who released Sharks into the world. I think that was us. Indie noun is your favorite formula. Indie plus noun. Table, the video game. Unknown World is still an indie company, you think? Yeah, I thought so. You're from Oz? Me too. Me too. I get lost in my hoity-toity language somewhat sometimes, but I swear there's an Australian under there. Okay, we have to make this feel a bit crusty here, hey? Sometimes a game can carry through a vibe alone. Completely agree. I would say that mechanically, there's nothing that special about Blasphemous. I wouldn't say that there's any mechanical aspect of Blasphemous that blows me away. But the vibe of Blasphemous absolutely carried that game for me. And it's one of my favorite games of all time because, simply because of the artistic direction and tone of the whole game. It's so brutal. It's so brutalist, Middle Ages lens of religion. I don't know. It's heckin' cool. Is there only one main Steam and indie, or is there a space for middle budget studios? I would say that something like Alarian Studios would be AA. But that's because they've got a body of work behind them. Middle tier budget, that sort of thing. But they're not one of the big ones. Your flow of currency has slowed in ZZZ. You finish the story until next patch. That's the case, right? Now it is time to pull out the wallet. Blasphemous mechanically was probably your least favorite part about it, to be honest. Well, that's the thing, right? But you still, well, I mean, I don't know this for sure, but you still enjoyed it, right? Larian is the best developer on the planet, and you'll die on this hill. Yeah. I like that they walked back their AI comments, but still, I'm side-eyeing them a little bit. Guess your threshold for mid-budget is a lot different from mine. It's weird because I suppose the thing that I'm looking at is AAA games tend to have the budget of hundreds of millions. So when an indie dev pumps like 30 million into the development of a game, I still consider that to be like low bucks as compared to the big dogs. It's unfair. It is unfair, but I mean, that's what you're comparing to, right? Hi, Miss. Welcome in, bud. How you doing? How'd you go? Welcome. I think that zoomed in my eyes. I think it zoomed in on my eyes for once. How you doing? How was stream? You're partial to FromSoft? I could agree with that. FromSoft is Dark Souls? Is Dark Souls FromSoft? Story was vague as hell, but you enjoyed it nonetheless. Yeah. It's one of those games, it's a Dark Souls game, right? Where you need to like read into every symbolism, whatever, blah, 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 blah. You got scared. It was a scary game. I didn't see scary. I was enjoying forest vibes, but maybe I missed out on the scary. I hope you're doing okay. Regardless of the scary, I hope you had a good time with it. Yes, it is Dark Souls. Yeah, okay. Did you hear indie games? Yeah, we're just discussing indie games at the moment. You're not partial. You're full hard from No, that's fair. I'm excited for their game that's coming out on the Switch too. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Demon Souls. Yep. It was very back and forth between action and scary. Yeah, okay. Name of game. AAU Black Site. Interesting. Guys, if you're not familiar with Miz, we're talking about video games at the moment. Miz plays a lot of video games. If you're in for scary action memes, it's not too memey. It's super chill. It's kind of like here, right? Where you can just chill. I apologize for saying it like this, but I really enjoy lurking in Miz's chat because you just get to. His voice is so soothing. You just get to concentrate on whatever you're doing at the time, and then you can stop in for memes sometimes. But it's not super disruptive. It's not super chaotic. Really, really, really good time. Highly, highly, highly recommend Miz's chat. Go check him out. Easy to follow. Just click on the name, follow, done. 2 seconds. Takes 2 seconds. Highly recommend. If you've got any work that you'd like to share as well, Miz, would love to see. But otherwise, look after yourself, okay? If you've got to bounce to eat, to sleep, whatever you got to do what you got to do. Whenever someone describes something as Souls-like, it immediately puts you off. Yeah, a little bit like that for me. Oh. Hi, Jade. How you doing, bud? You like Sekiro because he plays like a rhythm game? I could see that. That entering like a flow state with it. No, I can see that. Feel totally locked out of a lot of good looking games just because they're unreasonably hard for no damn reason. Yeah. For me, it depends on the type of difficulty it is. You can show an oldie? Yeah, please. Down to talk about video games? Tis a special interest? Yeah. Miz has best voice. Completely agree. Do you have a plan for the picture to create some of UFO's objects from the Pentagon files? No. So the plan for the image is I need to take my break in a second. We'll quickly have a look at Miz's work. We'll take the break, and then when I get back, I'll explain what the sequence is. Started playing an old Assassin's Creed for the first time. Finished the first one and got like 6 hours into the second. All your save data disappeared, so you're taking a hiatus. Yeah, that can be brutal. That can be super brutal. All right, let's quickly have a look at Miz's work. Open link. Yes, please. Ah, yes. A classique. The profile pic, super good. I'm still super impressed by it. You nailed the angle, you nailed the lighting, you nailed the vibe. I love how you got the eyes to glow. No, super good. Beautiful. Your background's always good, because one, the green purple contrast, bam, like punchiness. But two, it's not too distracting. So you just look at the subject, and it's just kind of interesting texture in the background. You nailed it. The Majesty, Rockman, Eldritch Horror, actually, with tentacles and everything. Gonna look while you enjoy some ZZZ. Yeah, do what you gotta do. Enjoy. Is this one of the edges of the tectonic plates? Yeah. Just got back for a new animation test from your animator. Would I like to check it out? Yeah, check it in the Discord. your head after LSD trim. Yeah. Dacia, it is. What a handsome Squidward you are. But yes, guys, I reiterate again, please give Miss a follow. You won't regret, I promise. I have been told by the tavern that I need to take a break. I'll wait for another minute or so, and then we'll step away for a bit, okay? Trying to get past the last, trying to get the last bits for your indie game for the next fest this week. Trying not to break anything. Oh, good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Is there... So you're just trying to put together like a playable demo at this point, yeah? You might not have any free Discord servers. Oh, sorry, bud. Enjoy my break. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I need to be stringent with links in the chat, just because there have been instances in the past where chat has gotten quite chaotic. So keeping the links to the Discord kind of helps to keep things organized. 3-track, 4-character, 2-vehicle demo. Yeah, cool. Cool. That's fair. Yeah, I'd like it. It's not because I don't want to see your stuff. It's just it prevents it from becoming too much of a waterfall. Can you have the demo? Can I has? Is this the edge of the disc? Yeah. So I'll quickly show you. So this is the shot of the planet. This is this continent here. The plan is to do this continent in a bit of a higher definition is the plan. Break time? Yes, break time. Yeah. No, I can see you staring at me. I'll take my break, I swear. We'll post it in Discord. If okay. Micro team, 1 artist, 1 animator, 2.5 coders. Chuck it in if you're... Phil, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you're a regular in the Discord now. Chuck it in self-promo. That way it'll stick around for a little bit longer. People will be able to find it more easily. Break time now. Break time like... Yeah, okay. I'm stepping away. Thank you. No, I hear your voices. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around while I'm away anyway. I'm going to grab a drink of water. I'm going to do my stretches. 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the following hour. I'll see you soon, okay? Yubby. No. It's because I just checked. It's because you don't have the regular role unlocked in chat yet. So if you go to channel point redeem down the bottom, there should be something that reads something along the lines of regular role. If you redeem that, you can gain access to the self promo and stream live channels. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Let me quickly grant that to you. Boom. Easy done. Yep, you can do it now. No, no longer irregular. Exactly. You heard my voice. Yeah. No, my my voice transcends space and time. Cheers. Of course. Ooh, this with the... That's very funny. I think that's the fastest we've gone from somebody joining the server to being a regular. Speed run. Sorry for your question. Am I British? I have a wonderful accent. No, I'm not British. Don't apologize. You're fine. I am from the land of kangaroos and freedom. I'm from Australia. My accent is... I've explained this in the past. My accent is a bit weird because I grew up all over the place. I spent a bunch of my childhood in Greece. Growing up with the Greek side of my family. I went to an American school while I was in Greece, and then I've come back here. So I've kind of overcompensated in the other direction with my articulation, and it's sort of turned out a little bit proper English, British, whatever. Yes, he's British. Yeah, basically. You did have a bunch of points saved up for hanging out in stream. Yeah, no, for sure. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just very funny. My English accent is great. Thank you. Sometimes I'll even play it up even further. It's fun. It means that I can lean on it a little bit during D&D if I want to. Yeah, for the Queen and all that. Hip hip cheerio. The question arose earlier before I took my break, so I'll quickly give us the 1-2. A couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago, we started a storyboard for an animation that I want to play at the start of stream. Before stream begins, I want it to play an introduction to the world that the Tavern exists in. So it'll do an Avatar: The Last Airbender style, all of the elements lived in harmony until the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, blah 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 blah. Boom! The Tavern, ye olde Tavern. So that's what we've done. We've storyboarded it out. So we've got the planet. It then zooms into the continent, and then it shows the desert. This one, and then it goes down into one of these sinkholes. Once it goes down into the sinkhole, it shows the... Find it. It'll show the tops of the trees. The trees are all on different layers, so I can move them around based on what I want for the animation sequence. It'll then dash down and forward until it fades to black, and then it emerges on this scene of where the tavern is in this lagoon. And then it'll show the front of the door, which will then open up. You go in, stream starts. So we've got the majority of it done. I'll need to do this continent. I'll then need to render out the door, and then we're basically done with keyframes. and then it'll be the actual animation part, you know. Hear you out, the Rat of Wall Street. I get 4 points. 4 points. You look like the kind of guy with angel eyes with criminal Russian English accent. Nothing wrong with that. Are we doing rats this week? I don't know yet. What do we want to do for Canvas this Friday? Like the opposite of Gilmore Girls would be the Lungless Boys. The Lungless Boys. I don't know. If I have to run cross country ever again, I'll be the Lungless Boy. That'll be me. What do we reckon for Community Campus on Friday? Do we want to do rats again? The alternative that we were looking at was, what was it? It was Critter Adventurers, I think. So like little forest creatures as like adventuring people. I made the mistake of attempting to concentrate on two things at the same time. Rat book covers. I think book covers will be a little bit more difficult for most people, just because I know that the vast majority of people don't read. That's not a dig, it's just true. Have we done deep ocean dwellers yet? No, we haven't. We could do deep ocean dwellers. We could do the ocean. Rat video games. Rat video games could work too. Ocean rats. Ocean rat, take me by the hand, take me to the land that you understand. I like the idea of deep water creatures. Just because people don't read doesn't mean that they can't make a cover. It's less that they can't make a cover and more people who aren't interested in reading books regularly wouldn't get joy in doing alternate book covers with rats as part of the artwork. Like the joy that people were experiencing a couple of Fridays ago was that they were having fun taking movies that they were familiar with and then adding the rat spin to them. Whereas I don't think that they'd have that sort of enjoyment with book covers. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be completely in the wrong here. I don't know. Deep sea creatures would be really cool. Goblin sharks, yeah. But like actual goblin sharks, you know? Like, it's just goblins in very, very complicated deep sea diving, fin adorned machinery. Divine Comedy with rats would go so hard for Digi though. True. I don't disagree. I want to pick something that everybody on the canvas will enjoy, not just a couple, you know. Krakens, Leviathans, sailing ships, era mythology creatures. That was the thought. An actual goblin and a shark. So yeah. Please, by the way, please speak up if you're like, no, Bahali, like actually I would really enjoy like book art parodies. Because I won't know unless you say. Enjoy your lurk, Katya. You'd like to see the hobbits, but rats, the ratits? For C, that just becoming rat tits? Yeah, potentially. I was thinking more Raditz from Dragon Ball Z. The Goku's brother. Always on the side of I will only draw it if you feel like it. That's the thing, right? I want to make it so that it's a prompt that people will feel like joining, you know? Raditz? Yeah. That's who I thought of. It's kind of a... It's less... Yeah, okay. You're saying that you're fickle and unpredictable? Fair. Fair. I am keen to hear if a particular prompt speaks to people, though. Because I don't know, it's an opportunity for us to enjoy ourselves. So if something speaks to you, if you're like, oh, I do actually really like the sound of blank, speak up, let me know. Rodent underverse. like a Bizarro universe version of rats. I suppose that's what all of the reflavorings are. Like the movie posters are like a Bizarro universe. The universe is the rats have taken over and have made movies. World on its head. It could be just like rat people. Like what's the term? Is it Skaven from Warhammer? Rat folk. Yeah, no, we'd go with rat folk. Anthropomorphic rats. Yeah. Like making it like a little rat with a baker's hat on their head, a little rat fire person. A little rat firefighter would go pretty hard, I think. You sort of feel like that your art style is a little out of place sometimes. No. We celebrate the variety. We're not conforming to your art style. It's not in line with the ilk, you know, like nothing like that. For At Boy, or could be. Fun fact, in fiction, the personalities of rats and mice are typically swapped. Rats are apparently way chiller in reality than mice. Really? Hi, it's Chuck. Come in. How you doing, bud? Chuck Raid. Hi. Hi, Kalina. Hi, Goth. How you doing? Standard Chuck Raid message. A classic. How you doing? How was stream? How'd you go? Oh, sorry. I forgot. My camera's a bit scuffed at the moment. Spoon Council Raid. Welcome in. How you doing? Hi, Pixie. How'd you go, Chuck? Hi. How was stream? What'd you get up to? You know my usual, Chuck. If you've got any work that you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see. Either work in progress, something that you worked during the stream, something from your previous body of work that you'd like to share with everyone. But most importantly, I hope you had a good time. The other thing to mention is if you've got a raid and run to look after yourself, if you've got other commitments that you've got to get to, no worries whatsoever. No worries whatsoever. How we doing? Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy... Oh, it's so far away. I'm a fantasy illustrator. I do portraits, landscapes, characters, scenes, the whole. I get flooded. On the regular. We haven't patched the hole. I haven't been able to find the hole. It just... Every couple of minutes, it keeps getting worse. Have some of that flood water. Heard it's cheap this time of day. It's quite the ready commodity. Imagine it muted for me for a few seconds each flood redeem. Oh, good lord. I am wanting to make it so that every time I talk while it's flooded, it does like bubble effects and stuff. We'll get there. That'll be a bridge that we cross soon. Let's have a look. Open link. Yes, Chuck's artwork. If you're not familiar with Chuck, he's super chill. Super chill. If you enjoy the chill vibes here, Chuck similarly has super chill vibes over in his stream. It's a really good vibe. Highly recommend. Quick, while his name is right there, you can quickly go up, click on it, and then click the follow button. It takes 2 seconds. Highly recommend. Super chill dude. just be aware that there may be some spicy art there, but unsure. There is a little bit of spicy art, yeah. So just keep in mind that it's a little bit like that, but yeah. Tasteful spicy? Yeah, tasteful spicy, I'd say. Even when it is like a little bit over, he abides by like Twitch TOS, so he'll cover things. Posted the work in progress in Discord if I want to check it out. Yes, please. Thank you. I do have a thing where I tend to check the Discord in between stream segments. So whenever I take my break, I'll quickly give it a peruse. But yeah, I absolutely will. Sorry, burpees. I absolutely will the next time I take a break. Pleasantly warm, minimal burn. Like a warm hug. Hi Grizzly, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. Spicy, only Neuro spicy here, but only the spiciest. How we doing? I've just given the spiel, but I'll quickly do it again. Just so that everybody's caught up to speed. Are we ready? Hold on to your butts. A few weeks ago, we started with a storyboard for an animation that I want to play at the start of all my streams, because we have a bit of world building here with where the tavern is and what we do here, and I don't want it to be either you're in or you're out in terms of knowledge about this place or not. So I want like a little bit of a thing that catches everybody up to speed when stream starts. So we've started on the storyboarding for the animation. We've got the sequence of the animation all planned out, and I'm now going through and completing keyframes for each of the scenes. So we've got the keyframe of the world of Brink. We've got the keyframe of the desert that it zooms into. Nope. This one. We've got the keyframe of it sinking into one of the sinkholes. We've got the keyframe of it zooming into the tavern. We've got this keyframe of the tavern door. We had discovered that we were missing a keyframe, like a piece of connective tissue between a couple of them. So we're quickly doing that now, this stream. And then once this keyframe is done, we'll stitch it all together using in-between frames and animation techniques and filters and stuff. It's going to be fun. You were returned. How did shopping go? How'd you go? Who's but? I mean, it's a choose your own adventure, I suppose. It just depends on outcomes at that point. Remember that your actions has consequences. If Billy is here, I believe Billy is lurking at the moment, but he might be listening. He'll speak up if he is. The horrors persist, but today they will learn fear. Fear of what? We were just talking about nightmares before, actually. Pray tell, Grizzly, what brings you fear? What do you harbor in your heart? Love a bit of random dice rolling, don't we all? Don't we all love ending up in the pit? Isn't it a good time? Isn't it fun? It was okay-ish. A lot of people so pretty traumatized. Cheers to that. Ugh, sorry, bud. I weighted the dice. I did no such thing. I may or may not have weighted this, though. So... The indomitable human spirit. That is kind of scary, actually, now that you lay it out like that. Speaking of, you need a hand in your quest. You finished? Carolina's first check-in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I shouldn't focus on render. Let's not focus on render. Let's just focus on getting things on page. It's been 84 years. No dice is random. It's a plot, a stim, or a psychological warfare. here's the thing. It depends on what your philosophy is. If you're a determinalist, if your philosophy on life is everything is predetermined, the way that you roll your dice is like because of the way, like the day that you were born, the wind blew in a slightly different way, therefore like you're more predetermined to blah 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 blah, and it's all a domino effect. The flap of a butterfly wing, blah 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 blah, whatever. Then yeah, I suppose rolling dice isn't truly random. But we as humans don't experience the algorithm of the universe. So for us, experientially, randomness does occur, I'd say, in my humble opinion. It's way too early to render. I know. It's way too easy to render early. Yes, correct. I completely agree. Mahali will give you a free portrait for your first check-in. Good Lord, could you imagine? I would still be on the first one. Butterflies? Yeah, when you don't throw butter. Redeemed art quest? Ooh. Okay. Kals, you see that there somebody has posted an art quest in the tavern. So you walk up to it, grab the dagger, and withdraw the parchment, and you read. Hey, we get another mossling. Hell yeah. The cheapest viewer is wanting a mossling. Choose at least one challenge. Style, impressionism, make it look a bit fuzzy. Technique, use a single color, or detail. It might be their birthday just in case. Gift rabbit. Okay. Does this sound like an appealing quest to embark on, Kals? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to take up? Would you like to pick impressionism, using a single color, or it could be their birthday just in case gift wrap it? How do you do this? Oh, okay. Phil, what happens is, it would not be a Mahali stream if somebody didn't ping the auto mod. When a quest flies into the screen like that, a point redeem will become available in the channel point section to redeem the quest. And when you do, you then get the opportunity to sign for it. Didn't realize was mine. Don't understand the process. No, you're completely fine. You're super happy to give the quest to Phil if you'd like it. Before we do the pass off, Phil, I believe it's 1,500 channel points. Or alternatively, if we want to do it this way, Kals could be your benefactor. Kals could pay for your quest if you'd like to do it that way. You'll fight Phil for this one? A race to the bottom. Only at 8k. Yeah, 8k will be enough because it's 1,500, so 1,500. You'll also fight for it. Oh, good lord. That detail criteria is amazing. Yeah, apparently, good lord. Actually done studies that show that if people believe everything is predetermined, they're way more likely to give up and not try to make changes. Exactly. It's a pessimistic sort of like dead end thinking. Yeah, dead end thinking, at least in my opinion. Wait, why fighting? You're lost. They're fighting over who wants to. They're fighting over who wants the quest. You're happy to wait for pointage? No, you can afford it. It only costs 1,500. Sorry, it's the way that I said it. It costs 1,500, not 15,000. Still need to finish Tree Tavern piece, to be fair. Yeah, fair. Kals, it's entirely up to you. You have the power. You're currently holding the speaking sword. So what you want to do with the quest is entirely up to you. If you want to keep it, you may keep it. And if so, which challenge would you like? But otherwise, if you want to sponsor somebody else, you can pick who you would like to sponsor. Or you can throw it to the dogs. You can be like, I'm going to reject it, and then they get to fight over it. Either way, I'm happy. You love this contract dueling, honestly. It is pretty good. It's Phil's. It's on you. Hey, there you go. Okay, Phil. Kals has sponsored you, okay? So she has flipped the cost for it and is giving you the quest if you would like it. Cast lactose intolerance on your rivals, and then you cast milk blast. not with a 7, my good friend. That would be a fun world building point. No dueling signs next to job boards. Side by side 5-minute challenge. Yeah, Phil, take her up on the offer. Absolutely do it. You're fine. It's an art challenge quest? Yeah. Which of the challenges would you like to agree to, Phil? Style, technique, or detail? The milk dribbles from your hands. It's quite pathetic, really. Oh no. Technique and detail. Okay, okay. As you say the words technique and detail, both of the words begin to glow. The quill springs to life, and your benefactor, her name is scrawled at the bottom of the page, locking into the quest. Good luck. Good luck. You got this. But also, please don't mind if I also draw a gift-wrapped mossling just for your dopamine. Please, I'd be keen. I'd be super keen to see both. I shan't, for it is not my quest. You can if you want to. You just can't submit it to the quest hand in unless it's your quest. But you can post it in Share Your Art if you want. Finally found your drawing tablet. It was hiding under your Atari 2600 in a drawer. You knew it wouldn't have thrown it away. Nice. Nice. What kind of tablet? You moved recently? Classic. Yep. I've recently moved as well. Literally last month, I moved from the place that I was at for 8 years to where I am now. You shan't? Well, I mean, that's fair then. It's entirely up to you. Everyone should draw a mossling. That's what I'm saying. I won't pressure anyone. These quests for the Holy Grail of the party are true. For somebody who doesn't drink, running a bar was a questionable decision. It was a whack on bamboo, pretty small, but it does you. Yeah, I started with the bamboo as well. Really good. Really, really, really good for how cheap they are. Is Australia the only place that calls it Wacom? Do people call it Wacom? I've always called it Wacom. You formally submit a quest for community draw night. Mossling theme? Ooh. What do we think of that as a theme? Mossling. That would be fun. Wacom. You like that idea? You love that? Okay, okay. So many different kinds of mosslings. Yes. Mossling. Yeah, okay. All right. On dark background? Okay, okay, okay. Let it be done then. On Friday, when we do the community canvas, when everybody can jump in and join, the theme will be mosslings. See how we go. The dark background was fun. I agree. It was, correct me if I'm wrong, Digi, it was your suggestion that we go with the dark background. Moss first? GG everyone, we did it. Successfully tricked streamer. It's happened. I have to show you what mosslings are. Oh yeah, we'll do. Mosslings are little guys. They're little critters that exist in the Duskwood. So the Duskwood is the underground forest that we're in right now. It's where the tavern sits. And in the Duskwood, as I've said, mosslings. I'm sure Noxure won't mind if I use their little taste test sheet of a few little guys. Mosslings tend to be little bug creatures that pantomime as other creatures. So you can have... Thank God, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You can have like mosslings, you can have beetle mosslings, you can have little stick insect mosslings, little spider mosslings, any sort of insectoid. They cobble together an exterior shell, almost like a hermit crab, where as they grow, they'll become bigger and bigger mosslings, and they'll need to like create a body for themselves that makes sense for the size that they're at. Of course not. Hey, got him. The Wacom YouTube channel even has a video asking people not to call it Wacom. Really? That's... I've never called them Wacom. I never thought to. It wasn't until last year when you were having a driver issue and you saw an American on YouTube call it Wacom? Wacom? Strange. Mossling model? Yeah! There are quite a few different variations on the mossling. If you go into the Discord down in the lore section, under characters, you can find where the mossling entry is, and you've got quite a few versions that you can peruse. You're too poor to not call Wacom. I'm sorry, does it annoy you? Does it annoy you, big company? Oh, so sad. Wacom. Will the fish dog video be on YouTube? I'm not sure. Well, because it's going to be a stream. I'm not sure if it'll be video size. I guess it could be. It could be. The thought never crossed my mind. You've always called them Wacoms? It's such a... I don't know. I'm such a hypocrite because on the one hand, my knee-jerk reaction is, who cares? Just call them whatever. But on the other hand, if anyone calls it a GIF, I'm popping a blood vessel. Like, what are we doing? Are you kidding me? A GIF? Knee jerk? The jerk is on me. I'll be a flying knee in a second. Hoyon in disguise? Well, I mean, I guess. But no, but I feel, I suppose the difference is I have no, like for branding, I don't particularly care. But if it's a noun, if it's a thing that exists, if you call it something, I suppose it's the insistence. I suppose it's the insistence of people to call it GIF and then defend it. I suppose that triggers me a little bit. So, I mean, Jeff, yeah, true. Anybody calling it Jeff is... Huion. I think that's the next step in marketing. I think you've cracked it. I mean, who cares about Toyota? What about Toyota? There's something there. I'm not the marketing agent. I shouldn't be the one to put it together, but there is a concept. Call me. Toyota? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The one where it's a fish duck. Do not title my YouTube episodes as if they're some sort of like sitcom. That's the term. Might have been more open to it if the GIF people hadn't been such dicks about it. That's, I suppose, what I struggle with is how aggressively they're wrong. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm going to lean into it. My name is Jeff. Oreo woo. I am hungry. I could go for an Oreo woo right now. I do have the hankering. Feeling very prescriptive when it comes to words and pronunciation, but really that's how language works, unfortunately. That's the thing, right? Language is humanly flawed. And that's a wonderful thing that should be celebrated, unless you're being a jerk about it. And in which case, I'm going to lean into it and I'm going to go tee-hee the entire way through. To woo itch. Can have peanut butter, but not gifts. Yep. See, I even subconsciously, I just did it. I just did it. Gifts. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm incapable. Sam Su Wong. Fun fact, language is a popularity contest. If you did a deep dive and see who discovered the house should be spelled for effort, no one know that you're talking about. Yeah, language is less a popularity contest and more language is closer to, how would I describe it? It's less popularity contest, more like agreed upon secret code where your little group of friends has gotten together and you've decided that's how you're going to say a thing. And then even if everybody else calls it something different, if it makes sense within your group of friends, it's doing what it ought to. And that's how language is. That's how different languages exist. It's larger than groups of friends, obviously. It's at a larger scale, but that's how languages become a thing, is groups of people come up with methods of communicating, and then because they communicate in a particular way and understand each other in a particular way, it becomes language. And then over time it mutates with like different people deciding on different things, and it adapts and changes and blah, 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 blah. It's why we've got Kani, Knife, what's another one? Pterodactyl is a different one. But yeah, like we don't say Kani anymore, even though that's how it's spelled, because we've all just decided that's a silent letter. Boom. Morning, Ben. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. Drawing a background. Drawing a keyframe for an animation. So kind of, yeah. You cannot speak English. This language is hard. I know, it's so difficult, isn't it? The word notification is very malleable. I am of the true belief that every word is malleable, in the sense that if you can convince enough people, you can get the word to change. An example you like to bring up is the word pink. Back when boys were pink, pink was not a color. It didn't become associated with that color until the mid-1800s. For sure, it's just it's a noise. It's a noise that we've placed value on. Yeah, well, I mean, it is, yeah. Lasagna, yeah. Shrimp. Imagine. I would actually be triggered if everyone's like, you know what? Let's spell shrimp with a P at the start. I'd refuse. I would force my concept of language on other people and try and shift the popularity contest in my direction. In Danish, you do pronounce the K in Kani. Yeah, see? You love shrimp? It bothers me. It bothers me. Pink used to be a size. That is why your smallest finger and toes are referred to as your pinkies. Of course they are. Of course that's why. I am a sucker for etymology. Whenever I'm researching something, etymology is the first thing that I go for. Where did this word come from? Why is it the way that it is? Because I find it fascinating. Etymology is great. It's a good time. Highly recommend. If you're super bored, just do a deep dive in on Wikipedia. It's a lovely afternoon. Hubby gets super upset about English with the lack of consistency. Latest one he got upset about was evocation with a C, but evoker with a K. Oh, yeah, no, that's gross. That's super gross. I've never put that together. Yeah, no, I'm with him on that one. I suppose the reason why I overlooked it is because like education, evocation, kind of similar, I guess, but it doesn't explain evoker. Evoker just looks correct, but that's because I'm just used to it at this point. English does have a talent for provocation, yeah. Well, that's what happens when the language has been mishmashed by 1,000 different other languages, you know? You're so sleepy, it's time for bed. Have a good swim. Thank you, bud. Look after yourself. I said it before, but I'll say it again. I really like your new piece. Have a good night. It's about there's no K sound with an E after C, but oh god, it's so frustrating for people learning. Yeah. Yep. 100%. One of the weird things about English. Of course, I have to. I see cool thing. I have to say that's a cool thing that I saw. One of the weird things about English is it likes to take words wholesale. Most other languages will change the spelling so that it makes sense for the writing system, but not English. Yeah. Because, no, I completely agree. Even when other languages cheat in that respect, they'll go like, it's from a different language, therefore let's kind of fudge it a bit. They'll still have, like, for example, Greek has a gender for words that are not native to the language. It's like a neutral gendering where like it's complicated. If I were to say tikarekla, it's the female version for, because the noun for chair is female for God knows whatever reason. But then if I were to say tokaro, I'm using the gender neutral to instead of ti to refer to ka with an o chucked at the end, just because whatever, it's a Greek word now. Is the same thing. Ayana, welcome in. How you doing? Thank you for following. Welcome to the tavern. You love RAS syndrome, where people end up adding a word onto the end of an acronym that already has that word in it. Rip in peace. Yep. ATM machine. Yep. RAS syndrome, redundant acronym syndrome. Oh my goodness, that's so fantastic. RAS syndrome. Oh, I'm tucking that away in the back of my brain. That's fantastic. It's literally self-contradictory. Well, it's self-identifying, I suppose. I'm doing the wrong thing, it yells at the top of its head, at the top of its lungs. Looking for the word grammatical xenophobia. JK, no, you're good. I came in with Chuck, where you were lurking. Welcome in. How you been? How's your weekend? RAS syndrome. Ain't it great? The one that you were hating recently is people adding apostrophes to acronyms and basically anything else that doesn't need apostrophes. Yeah. Their mind is in the right place, I guess. Good effort on their part. Something that similarly, it makes me cringe, but I don't make comment, is when people spell every word in a sentence with a capital because they're trying to speak properly, right? They're formatting their sentence in the same way that somebody would format a title. It triggers me, but I kind of have to like pull back a little bit because I understand that their heart's in the right place. You know, they're trying to be proper. They're like, I'm doing the proper thing. Execution's a bit wonky, but it's fine. No judgment, internal judgment. But I can't weaponize it. Love messing with people who are prescriptivist about English. That's the thing, right? Is like I can't let it get to me because it's fine. It's fundamentally fine. You're good. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Not this past weekend, but I'm excited for next weekend. I have D&D. I'm so excited. You used to do that, but your brain started stuttering because your brain interprets every word as a new sentence. That's the thing that I struggle with, I guess, is I just don't know how to read it, you know? Because here's the thing. When you do it that way, it's telling my brain that the sentence that I'm reading is incredibly important. It's a title, right? It's the thing that represents blah, blah, blah. So when it's not a title and it's just regular language, my brain gets tired. It's like, well, what part of this am I supposed to be paying attention to, you know? You also have a session this weekend? Nice. Nice. Triggering the streamer. Spelt has been unlocked. Requires no mana. Use it with caution. May result in getting banned. Big emphasis on the may. The thing that you can't stand is the fact that there are teachers out there teaching young kids in their first years of schooling that say arcs or asked instead of ask and asked. Excuses. No, you're fine. You're fine. Teaching young kids in their first years of school that's saying instead of, oh, as in they're teaching the, I mean, even then, it's again language where if it makes sense to people that you're talking to, it's kind of harmless. I get what you mean in the sense that like, how to say, colloquialized language is acceptable, but it's still important to understand what the by the book correct language is. No, I get that. I understand. You're trying to get yourself excited about it again, but after the whole drama you had with one of your players, your brain is like, I don't want to. No, push past it, because your other players are enjoying it, right? Don't let one bad egg ruin the batch, you know? That's why learning a second language can be so helpful. You learn Spanish and French. Never say, he talked to Mahali and I ever... Yeah. Well, it also gives you it gives you an amazing perspective as well when you start trying to learn a language. Because when you see other people speaking in a broken language, you're like, oh my God, you're a hero. You know, you get such an appreciation for people trying to push past the language barrier. Because it's terrifying. It's heckin' terrifying. Big emphasis on the May. Don't know how to tell me this, but it's not May anymore. It's been June. No, emphasis on the May as in may or may not. You know what I mean. Your grade 1 teacher didn't let you pass your reading words because you pronounced your A's when you were younger in an American accent. And that's just pedantic at that point. What? If you try to teach the kids phonics and how to sound out words, helps if you can say the word correctly. Yeah. You unfortunately you won't be able to get me to agree on it just because I am such a go with the flow kind of person. If it functions well, then I don't have any issue with it. Me personally, I want to know like the particulars of how to say something quote unquote correctly, but I've met so many different types of people that I understand that people are just like super fundamentally built different, you know? Not in like a genetic way, but in like a just different people value things so differently, you know? It's difficult for me to place my value on it. Go with the flu-woo. But I guess I get what you mean in the sense that it can be important to understand like what the, as you've said, like the correct manner is to speak. If you're wanting to understand what the correct is. sitting here talking about grammar and then you type the nobody. I hope that you all have love no matter how you speak. Exactly. Hi Wooded, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How you doing, bud? How did stream go? The 4. That's tough. That's tough. Had English teachers in Poland who spoke terribly, were teaching kids wrong. They were saying teaching British English, which is funny because what British English means exactly, and then pops up with the most American pronunciation ever. I guess when it comes to brass tacks, the reason why I really can't judge is because my pronunciation's all over the place. Sometimes I pronounce things with an American AR. Sometimes I pronounce things incredibly Aussie. Sometimes and then people compliment. Not to this isn't like a speaking up, but like, great. People compliment me on my pronunciation. It's cactus. It's absolutely cactus. So who am I to judge? Stream went well. Enjoyed some Visage. Good to hear. Good to hear. If you've got to look after yourself post-stream, please do so. But before you do, if you've got any artwork that you'd like to share, we'd love to see. What is Visage, by the way? Is it a video game? I haven't heard of it before. Mess up the way that English keeps words separate a lot. The fact that it's a chocolate candy and not chocolate candy messes with you. Makes sense. In terms of being able to tick the boxes, this child knows the sound like Squid experienced. Like if you ask a child to pronounce flask and instead they say something more like flasks, then that would mean that they learned the sound and process wrong. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. It's complicated though. It's complicated because you'll have kids who have grown up in different countries, for example, who have different dialects, and the dialect isn't necessarily incorrect. It's just it's dialectically relevant to another place. So is it wrong at that point? Like if somebody grew up in Ireland and they've moved to Australia, should they fail their pronunciation classes? Part of me says maybe. The other part of me says that's a bit silly. I don't know. It's weird. Your accent is terrible because you consume media in English from so many different sources. So you pick up pronunciation of words you like the most, but it turns into a whole ass blender of a language. Same. Then again, you have one consistent Irish accent at the moment. Rage takes over your body. It's a nuanced and complicated subject that I don't feel like I'm well read on. Something I should look into. Why you should sound like Anne Reardon or some words. Is it a localized accent or is it the Aussie accent? Why I sound like Anne Reardon on some words. Is that a localized accent or is it? No. So that's what I was saying before. Part of my childhood was in Greece and I went to a US school. I overcompensated on my way back to Aussie land, and I over-enunciate everything. Part of it is I'm a little bit obsessive, so I really, really want to make sure that I pronounce everything incredibly correctly. But I understand that that's not the norm. I don't have that expectation for anybody else. It's only for myself. So yeah, it plays out in how I sound. That's another thing you battle with. You say it's fine, but the people who ask you to teach kids phonics say, no way, that must change. It's weird. It feels like something that oughtn't change in some cases, you know? Never thought of that before. Wonder if they considered that while setting up the assessments. It's difficult though, right? Because for some kids, it's it's them lagging behind in their learning and they need help. But for other kids, it is just a dialect and it shouldn't really, like, it doesn't really need to be bent into shape. It's nuanced. I don't know. I feel as though some teachers have to deal with really complicated problems. Especially when it's so personal like that, you know? For those who like words from various languages, can you share a project that you found? It's not yours, but you find it very interesting. Yeah. Chuck it in general chatter. I'll give it a look. Fun fact, English is the only language that has spelling competitions. This should tell you how weird it's yeah. Now I really got to crank up the difficulty. English. Oh, God. I think, to be honest, pronunciation can really be used against lower class and minorities to give arguments of it's a lack of education instead of that's minority vernacular. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Sometimes it is something that you do want to iron out during schooling. Like, I want to be better at pronunciation. Cool. Sweet. At that point in time, by all means. But if it's something that's inherent to, like, the culture that you're a part of or where you grew up and that's not something that you want to part ways with, I think it's kind of wrong to try and strong arm that change, you know? But again, I need to give the caveat of I haven't gone through that sort of schooling, so I don't know. Break? Has it come up yet? I don't think it's come up yet. It's because I took a bit longer for the previous one. It'll come up. The Tavern will tell me, and then yell at me. No, I don't think I've missed the alert. Fine. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with me. I appreciate it, bud. Posted in general chatter. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's complicated, right? Which is where I feel so terrible. I feel awful for teachers because they need to, like, they're on the front lines of this. They need to be the ones that come to a consensus as to how it works, you know? This time? Thank you for your consideration. I was mindlessly rendering dunes just because I was mindlessly rendering dunes. The thought crossed my mind, you actually wouldn't see dunes as isolated little elevations. Especially at a distance like this, they would look more like ripples across the entire surface. So I'm going to lean into that a little bit more, I think. Dunes? It's not sandstorm. You can't, just because it's tangentially related to sand doesn't mean that we can turn it into a bead. Unless they were huge. True. That's a good point. I can chuck in some random big dunes as well. Breaking coming? Yep, in 1 minute. Break, awake, Mr. Saw. You ready? The tavern's gonna kick down the door. Kick down its own door, like the Kool-Aid Man, I guess. Ready? 3, 2, 1. It'd be cool. It'd have been so cool. It would have been so cool if I timed it. Oh yeah! See, there it is. All right, time for my break. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, grab a drink if you're dehydrated, grab a snack if you need. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour, okay? I'll see you soon. Be happy. I was doing my stretches just then, and I went to do the, you know, maybe it's a terrible stretch. Maybe it is. You know what? I'm gonna double down. It is a terrible stretch. I went to do the stretch where you bend at the waist and then grab your legs and like stretch out your lower back. I pulled something in my lower back the last time I did it. So I went to do it just then. I went, nope, and reared back. It was, anyway, how we doing? That's what we call being old. No, I think that's just what we call a silly stretch that you shouldn't do. All of my other stretches that I do for my lower back are completely fine. That one in particular has thrown my back out a couple of times now. Bend waist and grab legs. Yeah. Helps to stretch out your lower back, but at the same time, does damage. Fent folding? Is it? How you doing, by the way, Slink? Show us on stream. Have to pay extra for that. Ah, that was a sexy joke. Sorry, I don't think it counts. I don't think it counts if you call it a sexy joke, but it was a good one. Had your click button ready? Chilling. Got a brand new W headset. Hey, cool. Where's the donation link? Also, where's the pool? The donation link is technically active, but I need to make it so that it integrates with stream properly. The pool is in the works. It depends on how flooded the tavern is at the time. That's called recycling. Recycling all of the floodwater. Speak, and it shall be delivered. But yes, I've heard from some of you, but overall, how was our weekend? Did we have a good time? Get up to anything? Streamer can breathe underwater. Fish confirmed. No. Planning to do something, but you did absolutely nothing. Still, it went so fast that you don't feel rested at all. Sometimes it is good to just completely tap out, though. I tend to find I get quite frustrated when I have days like that, but afterwards I kind of have to nod my head and be like, yeah, I kind of needed it. Yeah, D&D. So I know your answer. Yeah. How long does the session go for? I'm curious now, because my sessions go for about 4 hours. Mostly worked on your jam game. You've been using game jams to learn Godot. Yeah, I've heard that Godot's really good. I've got a friend who has dabbled with the idea of getting into gaming, and he was ranting and raving about how good Godot is. You had a great weekend? Don't want to go back to work tomorrow? Yeah. I've got to start hunting for commissions again, I think. I've got one that's that I'm about to start, but then I don't have a backup for after that. So I should start hunting around in the wild with a net. Probably don't want to shoot my clients unless they do something. Godot is pretty good. Doesn't have the same support as Unity, but the license is way better. I've heard that it's quite intuitive as a program. Still probably won't fully abandon Unity. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Unity's not too bad. I've heard that Unreal Engine can be a bit much. These go all day. You meet at 11 a.m. for brunch, and then you end somewhere between 10 and 12 a.m. Oh, good lord. 13 hours of D&D is pretty good. I'd never be able to do it. I'd never have the time of the day, but it'd be fun. It'd be a lot of fun. A lot of pressure on the DM for that kind of time period. Please send a D&D party to Taiwan to play with you. Well, believe it or not, there are a lot of services and stuff online that can help. Like I know that you can join D&D servers that help you form D&D groups and stuff. I haven't looked into it personally, so I can't swear by it. But I believe there are. I believe that there are things online that you can use. Plus, you'd also be surprised. I mean, I'm not sure how popular D&D is in Taiwan, but at least in Australia, you can actually come across D&D games quite easily. Like if there's like a game store that's within like an hour's drive of you or something, usually game stores host D&D games and stuff. There is D&D to be had. Unreal Engine is good to work with, but it carries a lot of overhead in terms of hardware requirements. Yeah, fair. Especially, is it Unreal Engine 5 that was the most recent one? That looks beefy. You can simulate the entire planet, every pebble of it. Oh, God. As a language, and a language a subject. Is a language a subject? It's your first, like, oh no. You watched the dumbest roll on Instagram yesterday? Oh, hit me with it. Enjoy your lurk, Squid. Let's get rid of the sinkholes for now. I'll go through, add all of the ripples, and then I can add the sinkholes back in once I have a feel for the entire space. Cousin is very tired after, but with you often having a while between sessions, everyone is more or less happy to have these big sessions. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It would just be a lot of prep. I mean, it depends on how much prep they do, but speaking commissions, where does one man with a credit card inquire about making some art? Oh, you can DM me on any of my platforms, and I walk you through what the pricing is. It's pretty set pricing for set commissions, but if you want something specific, we can kind of haggle down a particular price for it. Some British girl decided to say that Poland was never colonized by the UK. That's why Polish don't like talking English, but apparently we were colonized by Soviets and Germans. Yeah, I mean, everyone, right? I mean, we here in Australia, it speaks for itself. I don't need to explain anything. Not having brackets and semicolons at the end of every line was hard to unlearn. Oh, for sure. It's the same with, not exactly the same, but it's the same with like drawing software. There are little habits that you pick up. If the shortcuts aren't exactly the same, it messes with you for ages. For example, it's a different method to change layer. Like in this, I have to press Control and Shift to switch between layers by clicking on them, whereas back in Photoshop it was just Control. It sounds basically identical, but it makes a massive difference to muscle memory. confusion between colonization and occupation coming from the UK is, to be honest, not surprising. But to be fair, though, history is one of those things that I know for myself personally, history wasn't a subject that I had any interest in until well after school. Well after school. Same with geology. The further I've traveled from my schooling days, the more interested in history and geology I get. Geography, not I suppose geology as well. Rocks. Already described how he works them. Yeah, absolutely over preps. Though he's gotten way better at cutting down on non-essentials. Even still, I can understand because I over prep for 4-hour sessions. I could not imagine 12-hour sessions. That would be insane. History classes in Australia are pretty poor as well. Yeah, I can't speak to where they're at nowadays, but I'd say that my history class wasn't too bad. I know for a fact that I checked out myself. Unlurked temporarily. Welcome back, Billy. Somebody was calling for you. I can't remember who. It was a little while ago. If somebody remembers who was asking for Billy, let me know. You were? Noel was asking for you. Hi, Vid. Welcome in, bud. How you doing? How's stream? Your question here, though, is if you ain't interested, learned, why the heck am I making a reel talking about a whole nation? Oh, don't even get me started with like the social media mentality of nowadays, because it's so easy to access. I mean, don't get me wrong. I acknowledge and I identify the irony of me talking about this subject while streaming, but it's so easy to go live and have opinions on things. So I like, sorry, all of my opinions are super milquetoast. It's like, oh, but Harley, what do you think of this super outrageous thing? It's, I don't know, people are young and stupid. All good, streamer's pretty good. Glad to hear. If you've got work that you would like to share with everyone, Vid, would love to see. But if you've got a raid and run, all good too. Look after yourself first and foremost. How dare I disparage your magical crystals like that? If God exists, God lives in Labradorite and Moonstone. I mean, hey, if that's where you deem that meaning comes from, Godspeed. I mean, Moonstone speed. I'm a terrible streamer. I need to, whenever I have opinions, they need to be the most inflammatory, like, strong opinions ever. But me, Mahali, whenever anybody's like, oh, so Mahali, what do you think of this subject? My go-to answer is, I'm actually not that knowledgeable about that, so I don't really have that much of an opinion. It's not the outrage economy. It's tanking. It's diving here in the tavern. Horrible streamer, I'm leaving. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Can't imagine Moonstone speed is very fast. Well, I don't know. It depends on how fast you hack it, I suppose. What were you working on today, Vid, if you don't mind me asking? All right, let's see. Yeah, like a 13? I don't know. If you chuck a Moonstone with a 13, I reckon that's got a bit of distance on it, you know? That's pretty good. You're not breaking the sound barrier, but still. How far am I saying? Oh, with a 13, I reckon 100 meters. That's not bad. You scrolled up and saw Noel's message. Feel free to send it away and keep it in mind. Is it something that I need to? That's like 1/10 of a kilometer. Yeah. Wait, I mean, for a rock. Rolling for wisdom saving throw because you're about to lose your wits at work. Oh, absolute save. Now you get the universe is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Don't know. Rock that form in the earth and they shine like magic when exposed to light. Something there. Yeah, good point. The bubbling sounds during the flooding. Oh, yep. Noel did send an example of it in the Discord a few months ago. The way that I want to go about it is slightly different though, so I'll need to do a bit of research. Yeah, do what you gotta do, bud. But it did help sort of kickstart me in the direction that I want to head with it though. So still very, very, very useful. Thank you. I should clarify that. Started working on Ragscolino in today's stream. He's part of the religious order that is part of the church of your character, who's a priest of. Brancalonia is the world. Spaghetti fantasy all the way. Hey, heckin' cool. Cool. Is it something that you've had in the works for a while, like the world building side of it? It's always super cool. Like Bottle, friend of the stream, Bottle, has a D&D world that he's come up with, that he is currently replicating one of the cities. He was replicating one of the cities in Minecraft. I always find that super, super, super compelling. When you're like, I've built this thing and now I am doing an iteration of it. Posted him in the Discord. Oh, let's have a look. Can I show some of the past work that I did for my clients? Just curious. Yeah, sure. I'll quickly check out Vid's work and then, yeah, I can do that. Wifey's back. Time to watch the next episode of Spider-War. Yeah, enjoy. Have fun. Look after yourself, bud. Shared art. Hey! This is heckin' cool! So this is what you worked on stream today. Nice. Barbosian Catalyst insignia. Barbosian Catalyst standard issue uniform. Cool. Iron Spike crown of the Barbosian Martyrs. That's sick. That's awesome. You always do a really, really, really good job with your symbology that I super struggle with personally. So I find it really inspiring whenever I see some of your work like this. It's super cool. Guys, if you're not following Vid, you should rectify this immediately. Really cool fantasy artist, has this kind of medieval style to his work. Super cool. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Hi Skull, welcome in, bud. Early version. Got to work a lot on him still. Looking great though. Good bones on the drawing. Did send an example, but it was rather limited. Mostly just saying that if I wanted to get any more detail about how your stuff worked, a lot more free now that you don't have classes. Cool. Sweet. Thank you. Now it was David. It was David who was asking some of my previous work. Let's have a look, shall we? I've got a few portraits that I've done in the past. So this is my most recent portrait that I did for a client. She was very, very, very happy with it. I'm very, very, very happy with it. This was another portrait that I've done semi-recently. This one, Tiefling. Tiefling Bard, I believe. Vaguely remember. Another portrait that I did recently. So as you can tell, like very... I like adding expressions to fantasy portraits. If this is the kind of thing that you'd like, I might be the artist for you. But then I also do like landscapes as well. So let's grab one. This one. This is a landscape that I did for a client a little while ago. Yeah. So if you like landscapes, if you like portraits, I do both. Whatever is going to cure this headache. No. Hydrate, take Panadol. Does the tavern take credit cards? Pretty sure Hawthorne would take one look and say it doesn't look like money. Yeah, the credit cards are inherently a bit of an IOU, so it's a bit difficult. Love the forest scene. No, it was fun. It was very fun. I won't go into specifics because, you know, client confidentiality, but the client wanted something very akin to the world of Caliban from Warhammer 40k. I believe it's the home planet for the Dark Angels. It was a fun project. I enjoyed it. Enjoyed it a lot. Put the landscape and the frog together equals heart. I know, right? Unfortunately, I really shouldn't do that. Even if there's nothing stopping me from doing that with client work, I don't know. I feel as though it undermines the spirit of the commission a little bit. Because it's kind of like me passive aggressively saying like, I like the work that I did for you, but it would have looked better in this way, you know? Cast Milk Blast at a target dummy outside the tavern. You absolutely obliterate the target dummy. And I feel as though, I think with a natural 20, everybody notices the water level of the lagoon starts to increase just a little bit, just a smidge. You're devastated. I ignored your hilarious joke. Did I? I'm so sorry. Only take. Oh, it was because it was a reply. It was a reply to something. Sorry, I tend to overlook the replies. He only takes Dungeon Mastercard. Boom. The D&D joke. Got him in there. All of a sudden, the lagoon is slightly milky. To be fair, though, gems that have a bit of a milky complexion to them are kind of cool. Because at the moment, I'd say that the reflective surface of the lagoon is quite gem-like. Add some milk and that's a recipe for success. You're the milk mage, the harbinger of milk, the lord of lactose. New character confirmed. Is that what I'm understanding, Digi? Oh, actually, since I've just remembered it, can somebody, doesn't matter who it is, can somebody just put in general chatter mosslings for Friday's canvas? I will forget. It'll be a thing that I forget, not because it's not an amazing idea, just because I have leaky brain. I have leaky brain full of holes. May the cream always rise, my lord. Oh no. Guess you got to start making lactose potions. Yeah, apparently. a bit of counterplay to all of the the dairy products that are being flung around. No? No new character or no to Mosslings? I mean, either is fair. Just generally. No, that's fair. Do you need a hug, Katya? Is work full of jerks again? Waves are a thing as well that I should probably wrap my head around. Zavasa? Actually, that's kind of weird. Both the desert and the water are going to kind of have the same texture to them. I think when I spoke about this previously, the idea was that I was going to have clouds parting, right? So I'll need to do clouds as well. Or maybe just a single wispy or something over the middle that just moves out of the way. Doesn't need to be a big, because I believe, yeah, there's not actually a big solid cloud formation over the top there. So maybe just a wispy over the top there would work. Thank you, Katya. I appreciate it. Not the mouse things. Oh, God, I just noticed. Ugh. Today, for our art canvas, mouse wings. You forgot to announce BRB. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. If you've got a bolt, that's completely fine. You don't have to. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm a tyrant.
Yes, you ought to be sorry. Unacceptable behavior. To the pit with you.
Finally, quest is handed in. Only had that for a very long time. I'm pretty sure I try to at least mention semi-regularly that if it's something that takes you a while, it's completely fine. Yours is still on the back burner? Like that. Completely fine. speaking of quests, I won't do this often, okay? This is a one-time exception. I'm just going to quickly point out, this is what it looks like when somebody posts a quest, okay? You ready? You looking? When somebody posts a quest, it looks like this. Okay? Now the quest is available. When it's here, next to my camera like this, it means that it is purchasable for channel points. Please not the rusty shackles. I mean, hey, they're not so bad. Had your tactic shots recently? Nice one, understood. Perfect. Do I mean to say that I've had control over this this whole time? No. Coincidence. Coincidence on my part. Can I do that again? Want to see the animation again? No, I'm sorry. I can't do it again. The quest is already available. The quest is already available. We got there. You actually have? Ah, there you go. Boom. Easy done. Eating cookie-flavored M&Ms right now. Don't even give a frick. Well, okay, run me past that. Cookie M&Ms? Run that past me once. Is that a flavor? As in cookie dough, or what are we talking? They're cookie flavored. They're not very good. Of course not, because they're cookie flavored M&Ms. That's, I don't know. It's like cookies and cream. Ugh. Cookies and cream M&Ms? I don't think I've ever liked the... Who the frick does this? Well, here's the thing, is I don't think I've ever liked the confectionery cookies and cream outside of ice cream. I enjoy cookies and cream ice cream. Anything else I think is dreadful. Cookies and cream chocolate bars, cookies and cream cake, anything like that, I'm having a terrible time. Cookies and cream ice cream is fine though. Engineered took it to have a whole cookie stuffed into each M&M is impressive. I mean, the technology is impressive. The outcome though. Did you ask this before? How do quests work? You've seen one happy before and the memory's a little hazy. Well, when you spend points to redeem the quest, this is a unique quest. It is beautiful in its uniqueness, the one and only of its kind. If you purchase this quest using channel points, then you have purchased an opportunity to be the one and only person to redeem that quest. Once it's been purchased, nobody else can take it unless the person who purchased it initially hands it back. Like they decline the quest. They go, I'm not interested in this one actually, and it'll go back to being here, and then somebody else can purchase it. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. Yeah, no, just because we can cram a cookie into an M&M doesn't mean we should. I completely agree. It's a very dense cookie, you know? Should you just post a finished quest or whip? If you want to post whips, you can in Share Your Art if you want to. Yeah. But for the hand-in, just go with the final one, because the hand-in channel is where I link them up to the thanks for watching screen. Gonna scalp the quest to Digi? I mean, if Digi wants it. If you scalp it and then he doesn't want it, then you might be out of luck. Cookies and cream always sounds better than the actual taste for the product. Yeah, that's what I tend to find. You're right, because I do go, oh, cookies and cream every time I see one. But as a gnome, you're always compelled to see if we can. Even a failure is an experiment. Noctra, is this your way of admitting that you were the one who put the cookies into the M&Ms? An experiment can be worth it in themselves. Sure. if we should even be stuffing anything into M&Ms. That's kind of where I'm at. The two exceptions. There are two exceptions to what I've just said. I did used to really enjoy the crispy M&Ms. Crispy M&Ms were a really good time. Peppermint M&Ms, again, very good time. And then I think that they came out with crispy peppermint M&Ms. And that's just, I mean, that explains itself, you know. Experience, that's what they put on the packet. They go, it's an experience. It's a cookies and cream experience. Should you post the animation whip in Share Your Art or self-promo? It depends. If you want it to be representative of your work, so you're like, check out what I do, then put it into self-promo. Sweet. It'll be easier to find in self-promo because people don't post to it as often, so it'll be evergreen for a little bit longer. But if that doesn't sound like what you want to do, then chuck it in Share Your Art. Hate peanuts plus chocolate desserts. So you have personal beef with big M&Ms? Yeah. Sorry, big M&M, capital B. Oh, experience, not experiment. Yeah, okay, fair. So thank you for the correction. There's this coconut milk cookie and cream ice cream you sell here at work. It's fantastic. Your favorite ice cream flavor? Well, because it's an ice cream. That's the difference. Digi, you've had a look at the quest. You have. Let's have a look. You approach where the quest has been posted to. You raise the parchment. 1 out of 10 Dentist Doug is wanting a weapon that suits them. Oh, I'm not allowed to weigh in on this at all. Neutral. Choose at least one challenge. Style, abstract, go weird with it. Technique, intentionally use incorrect colors. Or detail, add something to it from the pit. What do you reckon, did you? Does this sound like a quest that you'd like to undertake? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to commit to? Not putting the cookies in M&Ms, but your potions. Oh, good lord. Feel like peppermint is a normal flavor for most things? Sure, but I feel as though, because I just said that most things shouldn't be put in M&Ms, I did need to clarify that there are some things that could be put in M&Ms for me, personally. Which is the third one. And add barley. I do spend most of the time in the pit, that's true. You accept on one condition, that me and the people of the tavern decide everything for you. Oh, almost like a pseudo commission. Okay. But before I sign your name on the page, does everyone agree to these conditions? Do we agree with telling Digi what to do for this quest? Does that sound appealing? Know how every M&M has like the color personality assigned to it. Like red to basic, yellow to peanut. Cookie Crunch is green and brown reps apparently. Really? Because I know that the brown M&M is like a fudge one, right? And then the green one is the peppermint one. You're always ready to tell Digi what to do. Okay. You want Digi to do all three? Digi doing all three might put him under a bit of strain, I think, because I think Digi doesn't like abstract in particular. Maybe the other two, though. We could maybe hold him to the other two. Always ready. Okay. With those terms in place, Digi's quest is signed. So add something to it from the pit and use wrong colors. Are we agreeing to those? He shouldn't have said what he said. True. It would break him though. I don't want to break Digi. I do not wish to break Digi. How's this? Digi, you have to implement an abstract element to it. So whether that's like maybe the maker's mark on the weapon is like abstract. Maybe it's like maybe like a made-up language or something that looks quite abstract, or maybe the wrapping is presented in like an abstract way. Something has to be abstract about it. How's that? Don't know what it means by wrong colors. So, like you're depicting a scene, you'd make the sky green, the grass blue type deal, right? The quest is signed. One out of 10 dentist. Doug loves to search for loose teeth in the bone collector's hoard. Ooh. So should we have the weapon be tooth themed? I mean, that feels pretty on track for Doug, yeah. So maybe the weapon has been partly forged from the bone collector's hoard. Candy blasting gun. Could be. Right. So perpetuates the industry by candifying all of the children's teeth. Weapon should be a rubber banana with teeth stuck in it. We're going to have to reach a consensus at some point. Otherwise, you won't be able to work from two disparate of ideas. Up to the tavern, what exactly the weapon is? Okay. Does it need to be dentist related? Like you work as a cleaner, yet you don't use a mop as your weapon of choice? That's fair. That's fair. How's this? Come up with 3 options and then we'll run a poll. I say that confidently. Noctua, do you know how to set up a poll? You know how to do that? Is that a skill that you have developed? It's certainly not a skill I've developed. Assembling weapon from teeth. Okay, okay. You can learn. Excellent. It's /poll. Yes, but I believe there's actually like a widget that you can interact with in the stream manager. Each of you suggest 3. No. You know what I meant. I just love the innocent people happy after. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a candy blasting gun. We've got a foraged teeth weapon. Do we want to go with the rubber banana with teeth in it? Feels like a missed opportunity to not use the dentist as inspiration for the weapon, but that's just you. Not to be that guy, Digi, but you've signed your influence away. You've left it up to the masses. You've signed your life. What you have. Floss that he uses as a strangle cord. Okay. So we've got strangle floss. We've got candy gun, toothbrush with toothpaste. That's the only one recommendation. He's the one recommending over all the other toothpaste. 9 out of 10 dentists recommend. Yeah, okay. As like the 1 out of 10 toothpaste option. Tooth whip. Ooh. I do like the idea of combining like the dental floss with like maybe disparate teeth as like a tooth whip. Rubber banana idea is very good. Whoever suggested it, you vote for it. Okay, so we've got the rubber banana with teeth in it. We've got the candy gun, and we've got the dental floss with teeth in it as like a teeth whip. Unless somebody speak now or forever hold your peace, those will be the 3 that get nominated for the poll. Teeth nunchucks. That would be so tiny. They'd be so small. Yeah. Saw made of teeth. I do like saw made out of teeth. That is fun. Rubber banana isn't really in keeping with the world though, right? Yeah. But neither is candy gun, to be fair. Could be candy launcher. Candy launcher. Candy launcher. Tooth whip. I do like tooth saw. Giant teeth nunchuck. Giant teeth nunchuck does work. 1 out of 10 toothpaste is highly acidic. Hence why only he recommends it. All right, Noctua, I've decided it's going to be 5. It's going to be 5 options and we vote on the 5, okay? Option 1 is candy launcher. Option 2 is tooth whip. Option 3 is toothbrush, and then like a giant toothbrush, and then the toothpaste is the 1 out of 10 toothpaste. Like he's the only one who vouches for it because the other 9 have vouched for a different toothpaste product. Option 4 is the giant teeth nunchucks, and then option 5 is teeth saw. I feel like all 5 kind of fit the vibe. Yes. The tooth saw is really cool. At the end of the day, Digi, it is your quest. So if of the 5 or 6, sorry, including the banana, if one of them stands out at you and you're like, I'm inspired, by all means you can, but you condense some. 1 out of 10 toothpaste, toothbrush, candy launcher, dental floss strangler, and tooth whip. Yeah, cool. Vote now. Get your votes in. Let's vote on what Digi must draw. Extra challenge, combine all weapons. No. We won't make it like insurmountable as a challenge. We'll be gentle. Because like if it's so ridiculous that Digi kind of checks out, then we're losing the spirit of what the challenge is, you know. 3 years later, we're still deciding on the weapon. Wait, in 2 minutes, we're deciding on the weapon. Get your votes in quick. Someone vetoed the tooth saw from the poll. Did they? I don't know how. Can you veto in the poll? Oh. Yes. Not sure I didn't put the tooth saw. It's under tooth whip / weapon. Ah, cool. Oh, there we go. Boom. A few. You're the one who went to the masses. And do a new poll for the exact type of tooth weapon if I want. No. I think Digi has his heart set on the tooth saw. Is that specific enough, Digi, or would you like more input from your client, the Tavern? They almost made the wrong decision. Classic masses. I do like that as a potential interaction with a client. All right, what would you like? I can do whatever you like. I'd like for you to make a red apple for me, please, artist. No, I'm not going to do a red apple. Try again. I mean, it happens. If somebody asks me to do like spicy art, I'm not going to do spicy art. Be as specific as you want. Well, you heard the man. 1 out of 10 toothpaste is a creative goldmine. What the frick are you talking about? They just didn't see your vision. Have a green apple that's turned red from too much sunlight then? Ugh. It's all about the illusion of choice. Ah, I see. Tricking the client into thinking that they've picked something. I will say, most of the clients that I've interacted with have had a good sense of like what they want, and what they wanted was quite visually appealing. Had a couple of instances of me going like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you truly sure in your heart?" Hey, if it's what they want at the end of the day, what can you say? Have some extremely spicy beef korma drawn, please. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know my stance on this, alt. Nothing spicy. Could be lava, could be wet sand, could be buttercream, could be snail slime. In terms of what the toothpaste is, yeah, good point. Tooth saw, first thing that comes to mind is the sawtooth cleaver from Bloodborne. Oh, yep. The big transforming one. Chili hot chocolate, please. I can't do it. How many times? It's literally, it's up on the wall. It's out of frame, but I've got a massive poster on my wall that says nothing spicy. That's actually going to be my first piece of merch from the Tavern. It's going to be a t-shirt that says nothing spicy. Not true. For now. Thinking something more like a saw made of giant shark teeth. Oh, yeah. Could be like a rectangular saw like this, with like this kind of shape. Also potentially an option is you could have like a circular saw shape as well. Something like this with many options. Could be a hacksaw. With teeths. And then there's a gap here. Animator is used to doing very spicy animations. Had to politely ask him to turn down the thirst a few times. Oh no. They are taking damage. They don't like that they're taking damage. It's a bad time. Taking damage, you woo? No. Milk is good for the bones, aka teeth. True. High in calcium. Spent your entire day before work using the new OLED. Don't think you can go back. It looks so vibrant. Yeah. I've heard. Well, my main monitor is OLED. So not a computer TV, not a TV screen. But yeah, no, I completely agree. Especially because I have two side by side. Seeing the OLED versus the non-OLED is quite jarring. You're 100% imagining herbivorous flat teethies. Oh, that could work too. It's fine just to have it. You're all good. Oh no, step bro. I am stuck in an endless damage loop. Yeah, I know. Like, oof. What can you do? It sucks. Can you still get plasma screens? I think so. I mean, you can still get the big box televisions still. So I'd imagine you'd still be able to. Plasma screens are what? I'm actually not familiar with what the technology for plasma was. I have not looked into it at all. Plasma screens are... I highly doubt they're actual plasma, because actual plasma is what? like thousands of degrees. You're hearing that you can do whatever you want with the tooth saw. That seems to be the consensus. You have 5 crits right now. 3 of them don't even use. They're just sitting on the floor next to you. CRTs. I read that as an abbreviation for crits in D&D, don't mind me. You have 5 screens around you right now. 3 for work, 2 for survival during work. It's the full Tony Stark. Are they in a ring around you, or do you have like 2 elevated over a couple of other ones? Because that layout is always super cool. Plasma TVs do use plasma. Do they? Plasma is very hot. I think it's actual plasma, but the picture elements are very small. Interesting. I need to look into it because that sounds insanely unsafe. But then again, the amount of electricity passing through televisions is insanely unsafe as well. So, and then the chemicals in CRTs aren't particularly safe either. Half ring, basically. Oh, that's super cool. That's super, super cool. Or the temptation to spread the screens out even further, and then like pantomime needing to go from one side of the desk to the other to like hack into the mainframe. Oh, it'd be so strong. Temptation would be so strong. Speaking of large monitor setups, your dad is an online worker. He has 14 regular size monitor setups, like a security room, 1 extremely large TV size monitor, all connected to a PC he got from a security company that was shutting down. How do you get that many monitors to connect to a single PC? I've got like 3 ports. How the hell? The power running through a CRT is massive, not as much as an LCD. Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Is TVs aren't traditionally known for being particularly safe. So maybe it could be plasma, like actual plasma. You have no idea why he has 14. To be fair, if I could... no, I wouldn't. 14 monitors is excessive by every stretch of the imagination. But I don't know. If I could have a couple more monitors, no, I still wouldn't. Maybe one more. Maybe one more above, so I could have like... Actually, that would read a little bit weird, wouldn't it? If I had chat up the top, so every time I was speaking to you guys, I'd be looking up. God? What is it? What message do you have for me? It's a spectral CPU, basically for security camera setups. Right, so the monitors are connected to the CPU as opposed to the GPU. That makes sense. Looking up to talk to chat because I'm 4'3". It makes it. No, I'm not 4'3". Like I'm not defensive about my height, but I don't want people to think that I'm a little guy. That would go to chat's head. Yes, true. It'd go to my head, to be honest. Husband currently has 2 laptops and 2 extra monitors going for work at the moment. Ooh. That would be fun. Again, like very much so. There's a movie by a director called Neil Breen. If you have heard of him, you will know immediately what I'm talking about. He's got a movie called Fateful Findings where he plays a computer hacker. And throughout the movie, he's surrounded by like 5 to 10 laptops at all times, and it's the funniest thing because it's very, very, very clear that he's gone to Facebook Marketplace or something and he's found a bunch of non-functioning laptops for super cheap, for like $10 a pop, less than. He'd basically get them basically for free, and he any excuse that he could possibly have. He like tips coffee on them. He like chucks them off his desk. He smashes things into them. He submerges them. It's the funniest thing. He like pumps the drama as much as he possibly can because he can tell that they cost him nothing. It's so good. They don't turn on, by the way. There's not a single shot in the entire film where any of these laptop screens actually function. Put chat below me so I can attempt to convince chat that I'm tall. No, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna like I'm the size of a house. So big. It looks like they're just tiny neon lights. Well, that's what I was going to say, because I feel like I would have known if there was actual plasma and plasma TVs, but they're called plasma TVs. Check if you have a photo of your setup somewhere, because the messy state is in right now. You ain't no, that's fair. That's fair. You'd prefer to have zero. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Like a day spent staring at a computer screen. At the end of the day, it's the last thing you want to look at. Neil Breen, those movies are some of the worst, best movies that you've seen, aren't they just? So he's just like, F you, laptop. Yeah. I'll link some footage in the Tavern after stream of some of the shenanigans. They're fantastic. Not gonna lie, your eyeballs are hurting. Well, good news. It's actually time to have a break. So if your eyeballs are hurting, if you've been sat in front of a TV or a computer for the past hour, I recommend getting up and having a bit of a break. Go stare at anything except the computer. I'm gonna go do my stretches. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads while I'm away, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the rest of the stream. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Hi, Roran. Sorry, quickly taking a break. 3 minutes. I'll be right back. do like that they're positioned as decreasing in size. That is quite satisfying to my eyeballs. Plasma screens work the same way as fluorescent lamps. It's a collection of gases that, when flooded with voltage, rapidly heat up and cause emission of light. Though extremely broad to call it such, it is technically plasma. Yeah, cool. Okay. No, that makes sense. Because the plasma that I think of when you say plasma is where they have those like acceleration chambers, and it turns into just like this absolute inferno. So the thought of that in a television sounded heckin' terrifying. Welcome back, everyone. How we doing? Okay, so if I'm to understand this correctly, Digi is going to give us a selection of silhouettes to choose from for this bone saw. Technically, plasma is quite cool. If I check here, let me just check my sources. Yeah, no, that's what I thought it was going to say. Yeah, it says by the books technically here. Plasma is very cool. According to science. I completely agree. It blew my mind, the thought that growing up, you're like, okay, so there's solid, liquid, gas. Cool. Simple. Easy. Solid, liquid, gas. Done. Nailed it. There's plasma. Pardon? Excuse me. There's a fourth? Is a fourth state of matter? Apparently there are a few more. I should look into it at some point. Aren't there like super variations? So there's like a super solid, a super liquid, super gas. When you touch a Tesla coil, that little purple light that goes to your hand is plasma too. A lot of things are plasma. But I don't think that is though. Isn't it just voltage? Unless that... Because I know that the Tesla... is that plasma? LEDs are also a type of non-thermal radiation. Though that does not produce energy. LEDs are also a type of non-thermal radiation too. Are they not? I thought that LEDs were just a small version of classic light bulb, where they've got the positive and negative prong, and then it illuminates the thing in the middle. Not just gonna it's not gonna wreck your hand if you touch it. Yeah, fair. It is plasma. I think I'm having the same issue that you had with ounces. I'm not read up on plasma at all. Because I understand that plasma is literally just a gas that has energy pumped into it. So high voltage passing through air is going to generate plasma, I guess. But is that... yeah. Like, does that mean that lightning is plasma? Because I thought it was just electricity that was stabilizing itself from by traveling to ground. Episode 4 of Spider Noir complete. Nice. How'd you go? How was it? Lightning is ionized radiation, but not plasma, right? For the longest time, whenever someone would talk about an ounce, you'd think of gold, so you thought it was a super tiny amount. But an ounce of weed is actually quite a lot. I suppose it depends on what it's been talked about, yeah. A lightning bolt is plasma? You're proud? Is it? Because it's weight, yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Plasma is just a state of energy. Plasma is just a state of matter, but it could present itself in different ways. I'm just thinking of it in a particular way. I'm thinking of one presentation of plasma, and all other presentations of it, I'm going, wow, that's not the other one. It's like, yeah, correct, because it's a different presentation. Enjoy your look, Katya. Lightning bolt is plasma that has been ionized by radiation. Yeah, okay. By ionized, it just means that the particular matter that it is has a different count of electrons than usual, because it has, well, if it's by radiation, it's shed electrons. What crazy? No, not crazy. Smart conversation. Chat is attempting to educate me. Mongo is attempting to learn. Caveman brain is tough. Atmosphere from 60 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers is plasma. Really? That doesn't seem... Because I thought that was ozone at that point. I didn't think that ozone technically counted as plasma. Plasma because it has been ionized by the sun, which is also plasma. Yeah, but if it's got that much energy, like if it's been energized past the gas state, then it should be like emitting light at that point. Gold is super heavy. I think I'm assuming just because some plasma is super hot doesn't mean... yeah, okay, that might be my contention. Ionosphere, not ozone. Right, so it's probably elements that become plasma at a lower temperature. Is that what I'm supposed to understand from that? If it's ionized radiation, that means it could pass through things, which is why ball lightning can pass through objects. Yeah, okay. You're just thinking of plasma as fluid, which holds your red plasma. Also, technically plasma. The English language strikes again. Enjoying the art? No, Tavern, don't. Not right now. Not when I haven't been very productive. I wanted to say before, Billy, that I'm glad to hear that you got through your prep block that you were feeling. I have experienced that many times myself, and it's a joyous feeling to get beyond it, even if just a little bit. Yeah. Plasma sounds super interesting until you find out about it. It's just kind of boring. Ugh, it just exists in day to day. Yawn. Similarly with radiation. Radiation sounds, I mean, we were talking about spicy things before. Radiation sounds spicy as all heck, and then you're like, oh, wait, most things are radiated in one way, shape, or form. Yeah, okay. All right. Baby step. Really special one? Yeah, good. It's usually there's like little milestones that make the difference. People think of getting through creative blocks as some moment of euphoric revelation. Like, oh my, I understand!
The secrets of the universe reveal themselves to me.
It doesn't present itself like, well, not usually. It doesn't usually present itself like that. It's usually just a case of almost like an easing of a pressure. Stream is technically radiation. Also, it can be cold. True. My streams are cold as ice. Literally every physics problem ever. No, I could agree with that. It was literally encounter idea, blank. Yeah. I tend to find the most enthusiasm that I get for D&D prep tends to be from other sources. I would say that would be the same for art as well. If you're feeling art block, experience other things. It sounds super stupid. It's true though. Go and experience life and things and stuff and try and get inspiration from other avenues. Because if you're trying to draw blood from a stone, it's just not gonna happen. You eat the ionized plasma from fluorescent lights whenever you have creator block. It always fills your head with bright ideas. That was very good. That was very good. That was very clever. I liked that ult. Don't do that though. That's super dangerous. A single sentence. It makes all the difference, right? When you get art block, you do anatomy studies and physics studies. Yeah, for sure. But I tend to find that when people are like creatively drained, that usually comes from this place of like, I don't know, being all tapped out of ideas, or being tapped out of like the motivation to pursue ideas. I tend to find for myself personally that I'm most energized by seeing another artist do something heckin' cool. Part of why I'm forever grateful for all you creatives, because the Discord is like a perpetual motion machine. I'm feeling a bit of art block. Oh, Jade's just posted something into the Discord. Oh, goodbye art block. Second gun. Or they don't understand something but refuse to acknowledge it. Yeah, that can be true if it's like a technical block where, like for example, when I struggle with perspective and I'm like, I just can't overcome this barrier. I can agree with that. You do paint by numbers, color by numbers, or dot to dots. Gives you the option of creating without the pressure of coming up with the project. And it's a good way of engaging with the love of color, and even just going through the motions of applying material to page can be quite therapeutic in that way. On your way to eat? No, Bookworm, no, don't do it. Can't get art block if you don't ever do art. But you did art on Friday. Silhouettes posted in the fan art. Oh, let's have a look. Okay, Tavern fan art, silhouettes. Here we go. Actually, speaking of art, I do want to show everyone Kals's quest after this. Oh, all of these are different tooth saws. Okay. You can actually get the emoji numbers 1 through 0. So if you want to vote 1 through 6 for the different saws in the Tavern fan art, I would recommend using the emojis instead of just typing the number. What would I go for? They're all so cool. I'm particularly... I particularly lean towards 4, I think. I'm going to vote for 4 personally. That's my vote. Okay, and then here's the quest from Kals. It's heckin' sick. So the crooked merchant is wanting a scary portrait of themselves. How sick is this? How sick is this? It's so good. I love the lighting angle that you've chosen. The light from directly below creates that lovely shadow across the center of the face. It adds such mood. Such a mood. Super Chris? Yep. And the popping of the gold on like desaturating everything except the thing that's being stolen. Well, not stolen, being offered up for purchase. You know what I mean? Like the item in question. Heckin' awesome. Painting makes you feel crooked but scary. Incredibly scary. I mean, to be fair, if you're turning up to the stall of the crooked merchant, I'm expecting to be a bit scared. Book cover quality? I completely agree. I could see this on the cover of a book. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. May have been a self-portrait too. Needed the lighting reference, so you just drew yourself in your hoodie. I mean, it does it. The amount of Magic the Gathering artists do it all the time, where they've got a scene that they want to depict. So they'll either pose themselves or they'll get their friends together and like have them pose in the scene in order to have a visual reference for it. It just works. It does. Does he call himself the Crooked Merchant? I think the character is just known as the Crooked Merchant. I'm not sure if it's self-nominated. Want to check out the little animation? It's quite short. Oh, let's have a look. Ooh. Very Lara Croft Tomb Raider kind of action vibe. I do like. Yeah, it's very cool. Very, very, very cool. I love it. That's looking so good. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting into the last 20 minutes of stream-ish. So I'll start to do like little wrap up bits. I need to get out of this. I've been doing this thing as of late where it hits end of stream and I shotgun all of my housekeeping all at the same time, and it's terrible, absolutely terrible. I'll try to space it out a little bit. You're inspired by Jill of the Jungle. Hey, cool. Three-way tie between 1 and 4. I think you get to be the tiebreaker, did you? Unless you need somebody to be the tiebreaker for you, in which case we'll get one more voted. Sure, we can find one more vote. Does the whole thing need to be sand dunes? I suppose not. I didn't really think about it. I've just been autopiloting. You can vote. The voting is happening in the Tavern fan art channel at the moment if you want to vote on which Bonesaw. But yeah, no, I've been on autopilot this entire time, so I haven't really been thinking about what I've been doing. I could break it up a little bit. You see them, but you don't know what they're for. Digi is wanting to almost have the Tavern commission his quest. So if you look at the quest that he's recently picked up, he asked what kind of weapon, and we decided on a tooth saw. And then from there, he's posted a few silhouettes, and we're refining down. I feel like sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me. And I got no privacy. I feel like if there were to be any sort of vegetation, it would be towards the edges of the continent. Now it's a three-way tie. It's Sweeney Duck. Could potentially be. Depends on which one. Has that not broken us out of our tie situation? Do we need more votes?
More votes.
Number 2 is now in the lead. This is a huge upset. Oh my god. It's like horse racing. Number 2 has stolen the lead. Oh my goodness. Nobody could have seen this coming. But yes, I'm gonna pace out my housekeeping so that I don't shotgun it all at the end. Just a heads up, everyone. If you're looking for something to do this month, we were talking about art block before. If you're looking for something creative to do this month, it doesn't need to be particularly big. Like, you don't need to make a big deal out of it. But we do have a prompt going at the moment for art fair. Basically what happens with it is we run the fair for a month and then we celebrate it at the end. If you've participated in the fair, if you've submitted something, you get VIP in chat. Technically, there's no time limit on it. It's just the VIP has the time limit on it. So if you want to submit something for art fair in 2 months' time, but for the one from this month, you absolutely can. It's just you won't receive the VIP. But yeah, so at the end of this month, for example, the start of July, 1st of July, on stream, we'll break them all open. All together, we'll see them for the first time. And you can have a look at them beforehand, by the way. It's just me personally, I am blind to them until the end of month. And then we crack them all open on stream and have a look at them all. It's a very good time. I'd recommend. Art Dad, not sure was teasing you. For what? 2 is my least favorite. I like 6 the most, and then 3, rough. Yeah. Noctua, be kind to the boy. He suffers. 2 it is. Locked in. Locked in. No. You're such a bully, Noctua. Such jock energy. Stop being a song, Lisa. Wow. Did a quick rough of shared quest with Kels during lunch, posted whip and share. Nice. I need to come up with a way to explain the art fair far more elegantly than I do at the moment. At the moment, my delivery for art fair is there's a art, you could do it, it happens, and then cut to black. I need something snappy. Sounds like a jam? Yeah, kinda. Would I have the water and sand piling over the edge? No, actually, because the areas between the different cracked plates is covered in a repelling energy, kind of like an opposite gravity, I suppose. It's like an art jam? Yeah, kind of like an art jam. We haven't had anybody cooperate on an art fair before. That sounds very interesting. That sounds very interesting indeed. Probably wouldn't be something that I'd force, because I don't like the idea of forcing people to cooperate with each other if they enjoy art as like an individual thing. I wouldn't be against the idea of people cooperating for it. It'd be heckin' cool. Speaking of cooperation, actually, I cooperated with Noctua last year on something that I'll be posting to Blue Sky this week because I promised that I would because I keep forgetting. Heck and this, the Pride Moth. Noctua did the underlayer for it. So Noctua did this. This is what I received. And then I did like a little bit on top. Like I did a little render pass over the top. We did promise. We did. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. Could be fun though. It could be. It wouldn't be something that I'd enforce though. Like you have to work with other people. Gravity web? Yeah, like a gravity web. It pushes upwards. Like a net. There would be like a little bit of interaction though, I'd imagine. A little bit of fuzzies where sand kind of hits and repels kind of thing. It'd make the edge a little bit fuzzy, I think. Something akin to that. Collaboration is always fun and exciting for sure. Yeah, that's kind of what I discovered through that process was I actually really enjoyed the process. I struggle with doing the initial concept sometimes. I sometimes struggle with the initial concept, usually because my line art sucks. So not sure going through and doing the line art made it so easy for me because I could just do the thing that I like, which is rendering. Currently still missing a sense of scale. No mountains, no trees, no birds. For sure. I just need to get the base layer done first, and then we'll build. More holes. There will be more holes, I promise. I promise. There have to be, because otherwise it wouldn't be this, would it? The Daybreak Drylands has holes in it. This doesn't. Distinctly not the same. How you doing, Davey? It could be. I don't know. You shouldn't be so easygoing on the Daybreak Drylands. They knew what they did. You're new here. How you doing, buddy? Welcome into the tavern. More holes sounds like a challenge. That or you're chanting to watch the Shia LaBeouf movie. But you could. We're also doing a collab. Yeah, we're also working on a collab with Slink. It'll be a little bit of time because I'll need to finish this. But then once I'm finished with this, I could potentially start working on the weave whale. That's going to be fun. Is this one of them streams I've been hearing about? You streaming on the internet again? No, Dad, I swear. What else could we have? We could have like a bit of a mountainous region up here, maybe. And then where you have mountain, you have, we could have a little bit of water pass through, maybe. Just like a little bit. You think you're going to call it? Fair, it's getting late. Sleep well, bud. Thanks for hanging out. You've never been on the internet before? What's a MySpace? Oh, good Lord. I didn't realize we had to backtrack that far. Have you seen an iPod shuffle? Anytime you can, of course. Sleep well, bud. Da, 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 da. Flashback to the clicking sound of the slide wheel. As it like skips over options, yeah. Sounds like it's something from the Lost in Space Disco. Oh, good lord. We'll go back to Lost in Space. Okay. All right. Walkman? You seen a Walkman? We're narrowing. Telling me an iPod did this shuffle? Oh, good lord. For context, your first car ran on raw coal. Oh, good lord. It doesn't even realize that those are called trains. No, I don't think I'm prepared. As somebody who didn't understand fully what plasma was earlier, I think I'm going to struggle. Davey, did you know that plasma TVs had plasma in them? The other day you found out that the guy who played Lenia on Babylon 5 was the kid from OG Lost in Space. What? That's like me finding out that what's his face, the roommate in Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the roommate, Scott's roommate from that is the glasses kid from Home Alone, the kid with glasses who ate the cheese pizza at the start of the first movie. Brain blast. Something that we're supposed to know. Does that lead? There's cathode rays in CRT, liquid crystal in LCDs. It's one of those technologies that I just never wrap my head around. The one who Kevin said would be... Yeah, the one who's... Yes, the one who's Kevin said that would have lit the bed. Yeah, exactly that one. Yeah, he is... I keep forgetting his name. In Scott Pilgrim. What's that character's name again? How long did we just have a box that emits radiation sitting in our living rooms? Yeah. We were all cool with it, weren't we? Don't miss having to degauss your monitors every hour or so. Well, I need to, with my OLED, I need to run like anti-freezing the picture mode after every stream. Know what I'm talking about though? Yeah. The other Culkin? Yeah, the other Culkin. My eye's broken, or does your monitor need kick? With CRT? Yeah, well that's the thing, right? The price we pay for technologies. Still cool with it? You were smarter then than you are now with an information brick in your pocket? That's... Like, honestly, that's why anytime I don't understand something, I've started trying to reinforce a habit of look into it. Because we do have the internet. It exists. It's right at our fingertips. If I don't understand something, a quick trip to Wikipedia can help to straighten that out a little bit. Also having to work in complete darkness like a bat, so colors aren't messed up in artwork. Yeah. I mean, even like backlighting and things was revolutionary, right? The fact that my Kindle allows me to read in the dark like Batman is phenomenal. Screen technology is a wonderful thing. It's looking more like a landmass now. Maybe if I can add another little archipelago something up the top there. feel like I should dig out of here a little bit as well. Give it a bit of a bite, you know? Don't want to emulate N64. You want to show the OGs to your daughter, but then as you say that, you don't want your old saves overwritten. I mean, most of them have multiple save slots, unless you saved on all of the save slots. Flashcard. Here's the thing. I like the idea of the aesthetic of old technology. I liked the look of floppy disks, but the thought of having to take a floppy disk around with me everywhere, I think would drive me insane. I forget my phone half the time. I could not imagine remembering to take a floppy disk with me anywhere. Would bug you for a week or two, and then you get used to it. No, that's true. That is true. As much as I meme about like, I wouldn't be able to stand it, humans are actually quite adaptable to things. Even the thought of having to cut a USB stick with you is a nightmare. I guess I fear my own memory. I fear my own lack of memory. So the thought of being responsible for something else other than phone, keys, wallet. Actually, why isn't that a thing? Why don't we have a form of memory bank that fits into a wallet? It probably exists. But why isn't that a mainstream thing? Be heckin' cool. Didn't just keep a floppy disk full of JPEGs in my bag. No, I didn't. We do we? Near the old tech for it to look correct, emulation only gets so far. Looks bobbins, otherwise our imagination weren't that good. Well, even CRTs, you can't emulate the CRT effect, right? You have a flash drive attached to your keychain. Yeah, okay. No, I can see that. That could work, I think. If I had a keychain thumb drive, that could maybe work for me. But needing to remember to grab it, you know, I think would drive me up the wall. 64 had external memory cards. Oh, Billy, there you go. Has a 1 terabyte phone that supports USB-C data transfer. I haven't connected my phone to anything apart from a power outlet since I got it. That's a me thing, though. You might even have one. I don't, well, because I never had a 64, so I'm not familiar with. So I know that the PlayStations had memory cards. I never knew that Nintendo 64 had them. Used to think couldn't emulate a CRT effect, but modern pixel shaders have put your mind to rest on that one. Really? I know that they give you like the flicker look, but does it smooth pixels in the same way? They went in the controller. Yeah, no, that's new information to me. I can't even picture. You know what? I literally just said it. Let's do what we preach. Nintendo 64 memory card controller. That is what the memory cards look like. Oh, what the heck? They go there? Yeah, okay. Well, where else would they go, I suppose? In the past few years, people have been trying to properly emulate the look of CRTs, not just black lines across the page. It's actually really cool. Interesting. Because I did see some people ranting and raving about how no matter how good the Pixel monitor gets, whatever, it'll never look as good as the CRT. Look, I'm running this video game on a CRT and it looks better than a Pixel monitor ever could. Hubby found that playing the older games on the newer TVs meant it didn't have that tiny bit of lag that you got used to. Made a disappointing experience. I mean, you say all that. I tried playing GoldenEye for the first time at PAX a couple of years ago. That was a horrendous experience. I've heard people swear up and down about how good GoldenEye is, and I had an experience contrary to that. There are a lot of purists probably talking about looking at it on a regular LCD. Yeah, fair. And 64 shooters. I could not wrap my head around how the camera worked. I couldn't do it. You can't make me. It's just not possible. It didn't. Yeah, correct. It's funny that new games with photorealistic graphics often look so ugly and have bad gameplay. Then the old games look great and play greatly too. Within reason. Like, for example, as I said, GoldenEye felt awful when I tried it. But no, I can agree with that. A lot of the older games have a je ne sais quoi that can't really be captured nowadays. I feel like that about the Kingdom Hearts games. I feel like they've captured a type of gameplay that I feel that modern gaming really hasn't leaned into at all, and I can't find anywhere else. I guess so. Welcome in. Might be that everything uses the same terrible engine now. Yeah, that could be part of it. Terrible engine, as you've said, the emphasis on realistic graphics and blah, blah, blah. In saying that, he's currently remaking the Illusion of Time, Illusion of Gaia as a hobby. Hey, that's heckin' cool. Banjo-Tooie multiplayer was where it's at. I'm sensing a bit of bias. How goes the art, by the way, Kester? PS2, Xbox, GameCube era on CRTs had an amazing synergy with CRTs. Yeah, that tends to be the thing that I see floating around. Again, I didn't have these consoles. My first console was a PlayStation 2. Like, I was around at that time. I just didn't have a console until PlayStation 2. So I didn't really get to experience the heyday of it, you know? If you compare Hades or Song of Conquest with quadruple A games, they beat it easily. Yeah. But I was talking about that earlier because I watched the Sony and Xbox showcases that recently aired. And I just wasn't excited for the vast majority of games that they showed. Maybe I'm not the target audience. Maybe that's the case. Maybe the younger generation does like the realistic graphics. Maybe that's a thing. But not for me. Phone is being weird. Yeah. Twitch is a wonderful company and does wonderful things, and I have no complaints about their products, except Twitch Mobile. Last year you built a retro game box with your friend and his kids. Make sure to install some good CRT shaders in there. Looking for some screenshots you took of them? They're really fabulous. Yeah, hit me with them. All right, we have hit time. I'll start to wrap up for real. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I feel as though I wasn't super productive today, but I had fun. And at the end of the day, isn't that what it's all about? Something, friends you made along the way. Yeah, no, I enjoyed vibing. Tomorrow will be a study stream. Look forward to that. And then Canvas on Friday with Locked In Mosslings. I'm actually so keen. I'm so keen for Mosslings. I haven't had a chance to make one yet. Even though I technically made them up, I haven't had a chance to actually like render out a Mossling. I'm heckin' keen. Yes. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. I'll see you soon, okay? Bye. Say, thank you, my mods. I really appreciate it. You guys helped to make this work. Thank you, thank you.